Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the special session that we're having. Please note that the letter I submitted is on record with the city clerk, and we're going to go forward. But before we go into closed sessions, Mr. Doheny, you have a introduction and a short presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, I'd like to take the time to introduce our new police chief, Paul Newdigate. Paul just got sworn in today, and this is his first official day on the job, and I look forward for his tenure here in Virginia Beach, and I think he's going to be able to bring some of the data-driven, community-focused, and violence reduction priorities to Virginia Beach like he did in Cincinnati. That'll be very beneficial for our community. At this time, Mr. Chief Newdigate, come on up and introduce yourself to your mayor and your council.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, all. Thank you. Very humbled, elated to be part of the Virginia Beach team. Everybody has been very, very accommodating for the short time that I've been here, but it has definitely reinforced that I've made the right decision because this is a great place, and I really thank the manager for having the trust in me for this critical position. Absolute wonderful individual to work for, and a lot of people are very envious because not only did I leave Cincinnati to move to the beach, but I also got to work for Mr. Doheny again. So thank you, and I look forward to meeting everybody and getting to know everyone. And if I can do anything, please reach out.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome to our family.
And at this time, Brian Miller from the Convention Center would like to come and answer some housekeeping questions and give some information about the facilities going forward.
Hello, Council. Thank you for joining us today. And I know it's like you're in a new house right now, trying to figure out where everything is. So we have the restrooms are directly behind us out these doors. There's in the atrium. There are parking spots outside here that we have temporary signs for, and the sign shop is working on permanent ones for you. So when you come in the future, you'll have some permanent signage. Elevator is right around the corner this way behind you, directly in as you walk in the building to the left. And the escalators are being worked on currently right now. You'll see them under construction. They had a repair they had to make. So if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask any of our staff, and we'll be glad to get it for you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I guess we're welcome to our new home. And, just as a point of clarification, the reason we're doing this was Dr. Lindsay and some other personnel determined that our current city council chambers, may not be safe. But, let's face it, the COVID really threw us many curveballs, and we're just trying to respond not only to protect the council members and staff, but also the public at large. And once again, at least we know as we go through our campus every day that the new building one is definitely moving forward. Just a couple other things. Mr. Moss, we continue to wish him a speedy recovery. He will be joining us on WebEx in a little while, and Mr. Wood is participating at a trial as a witness this afternoon. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and move forward. The chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the exemptions from the open meeting allowed by sections 2.2, 3711A Code of Virginia as amended for the following purposes. Publicly held property, discussion or considerations of acquisitions of real property for public purpose of the disposition of publicly held property where discussions in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.237A3, Beach District, and Princess Anne District, and legal matters, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body pursuant to section 2.237A11, Holloway et al. Versus City of Virginia Beach. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And, counsel, please always remember when you're speaking to put the mic on, and when not speaking to turn it off. I appreciate it. Motion and a vote. Madam Clerk?
Can you turn your microphone off, the feedback?
I did.
Thank you.
I followed my own rules.
Thank you. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss is absent. Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood is absent. And Mayor Dyer? Aye. 9-0.
A motion. Motion?
Second.
Okay, can call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones? Councilmember Moss is absent. Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood is absent. Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 9-0, you've certified the closed session to be in accordance with a motion for recess.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dehaney.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the first presentation is going to be about the pandemic financial relief, financial assistance program that council asked us to work with a group of qualified and bona fide nonprofits to use the CARES Act money, and not actually CARES Act money, but when we gave the proposal to council about using the CARES Act money to reimburse public safety payroll, council said that they'll support this idea if we come back and get the money out in the community, and ask that we work with a group of nonprofits to put together a program. The first, this proposal is basically to use $10 million to get the money out in the community. Right here, we're going to present a proposal with United Way, LISC, the Food Bank, and also the Workforce Council of how we're going to use possibly use $8 million of that money to support the community. The remaining $2 million is proposed to be used with our volunteer rescue squads and work through the EMS chief to provide that for capital and also for recruiting of our volunteer rescue squads. So at this time, we're going to start with a presentation from our partners, United Way, the Food Bank, Hampton Roads, Workforce Council, and also LISC Hampton Roads.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it okay if I take this mask off when I speak? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I can't tell you what an honor it is to stand before you today as a Virginia Beach resident, mother of 2 children who went through the Virginia Beach school system, and to have Virginia Beach be the first city to reach out to pour back into its citizens is heartwarming. So thank you for being leaders throughout Southampton Roads, not only in Virginia Beach, but it's a real honor and privilege to be here today. And love your new city manager, great hire. So as the city manager said, we have been offered an opportunity to invest $8 million back into the community. We'll be doing this through the priorities that you outlined, which we think are excellent, and the 4 of us will work together to implement a cohesive plan to provide relief to the residents and businesses of Virginia Beach. The second slide talks about the ways that we will use this money. At United Way, the first thing we do is always start with our data. What is it telling us and who's in need? And what you see up here is there are over 13,000 families that what we call are ALICE families. They're asset limited, income constrained, and employed. So these are folks that make too much to qualify for government assistance, but not enough to make ends meet. And we always say these individuals are 1 paycheck away from crisis, and COVID provided that crisis. So what we see is that these families are struggling, and the future success of our community is based on supporting these ALICE families that provide many needed services to our community. How we provide at United Way, how we'll be using the $2 million that would come to us would be through these categories: rent assistance, utilities, medical expenses, and child care. We will use a 2-method approach, one going directly to service providers, and then also inviting residents to come in. We call it a push-pull. We'll also be providing case management for residents that have multiple or complex needs. And that means that they'll be put in contact with the case manager who will be able to follow that case until that family is self-sufficient and on their feet. We'll also be responsible for the coordination, communication, and reporting for the entire initiative. And we'll share more about those plans later. But now I am going to call up Ruth to talk about food.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer, members of the City Council, City Administration, guests, and friends. My name is Ruth Jones Nichols, and I am the President and CEO of the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and the Eastern Shore. I am pleased to be here today to talk about hunger and food insecurity in the city of Virginia Beach. Hunger and food insecurity are challenges that have been top of mind throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Hunger and food insecurity are actually terms that are used interchangeably, but I believe, as you know, there is a difference. I missed most meals today, and so right now I am hungry, but I am not food insecure. Food insecurity, according to the United States Department of Agriculture, is defined as a lack of access at times to enough food for an active, healthy life. This definition is largely focused on the availability of nutritionally adequate food. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Feeding America, the national organization with a network of 200 food banks, including our own, has projected the food insecurity rate for Virginia Beach will increase from 8.2% in 2018 to 13.7% in 2020. That means just under 40,000 individuals here in the city of Virginia Beach will experience food insecurity this year. About 59% of those individuals will not be income eligible for federal nutrition programs such as SNAP, also known as food stamps. These individuals are oftentimes the ones we serve through the charitable response offered by the food bank and our feeding partners. Individuals who are food insecure are oftentimes missing meals from their tables. The number of meals missing from the tables is called the meal gap. Prior to COVID-19, the estimated meal gap for Virginia Beach was 6.2 million meals at an average cost of approximately $3.24 per meal. That's the equivalent of $20,347,000 as an annual food budget shortfall here in the city of Virginia Beach. And even though the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and the Eastern Shore has been successful at closing the meal gap in Virginia Beach by at least 50% each year, we believe there is much more that can be accomplished through our robust network of feeding partners and direct distribution programs. Just in Virginia Beach alone, the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and the Eastern Shore has over 30 feeding partners, such as Judeo-Christian Outreach Center, Salvation Army, The Gathering at Scott Memorial Church, Water's Edge Church, Freedom Fellowship Church, Samaritan House, and Seton Youth Shelters, just to name a few. These partners operate food pantries, soup kitchens, or emergency shelters, and they serve the most vulnerable populations here in our city. We also have our mobile pantry and child nutrition programs that have been leveraged during the COVID-19 pandemic to support our neighbors in need. These are programs that have growth potential here in Virginia Beach. Unfortunately, our ability to meet the needs in Virginia Beach has been somewhat hindered. Over the past 5 years, we've experienced a steady decline in the amount of donated food provided to our organization, which included food received through our food or grocery rescue program. From FY18 to fiscal year 19, that decline was largely attributed to the closing of Farm Fresh, one of our top 3 food and fund donors. I don't expect this decline to reverse. And you can actually see a correlation between this decline and the amount of food distributed each year. In 2016, for example, we received and distributed 4 million pounds of food here in the city of Virginia Beach. In 2020, the amount of food received and distributed was down by 1 million pounds. With our organization's evolving commitment to distributing more fresh fruits and vegetables, lean protein, and dairy products, we're proposing to use a portion of the funds to purchase food that will help to close the meal gap for Virginia Beach residents specifically. Additionally, we're proposing to invest in infrastructure for our feeding partners in Virginia Beach so that they can receive and safely distribute the healthy, nutritious food that we have available through various food sources, including purchased food, donated food, and food received through the USDA commodity programs. Infrastructure investments will focus on purchasing refrigeration equipment such as freezers and chill units. These are the things that are difficult for our feeding partners to fund through their traditional revenue sources or already stretched nonprofit budgets. But these are the things needed by our feeding partners, like Eastern Shore Chapel Church, that served an average of 80 households through their food pantry each week prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. They now serve over 30 households each Saturday, each and every Saturday, through their food pantry in Virginia Beach. Additional freezers and coolers will allow our feeding partners to receive and store food from 71 locations in Virginia Beach that serve as food donors for the food bank's grocery rescue program. Every grocery store that you can think of donates to the food bank. We will also use a portion of the funding to purchase transportation vehicles that can enable our feeding partners in Virginia Beach to transport food as well as deliver food directly to the doors of vulnerable neighbors. Early in our COVID-19 response efforts, we collaborated with Mercy Chefs, Senior Services of Southeastern Virginia, and several faith-based partners to deliver more than 2,000 meals each day to seniors who were experiencing food insecurity. We also distributed emergency food to an average of 1,000 households each week at YMCA locations. These are services and outputs that can be replicated in Virginia Beach to assist our neighbors experiencing food insecurity. Now, in the last 4 months, we've already served 8,000 households in Virginia Beach. Imagine what we can do with your investment. Together, we will strategically leverage your investment to eliminate hunger and food insecurity today, as well as build the infrastructure for sustaining our work tomorrow and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your consideration of our request.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr.
Mayor,
Dehaney.
we have 2 more presenters, and then after that, we can open it for questions.
Great.
City Council, Mr. Dehaney, thank you for having us here this afternoon to talk about this great opportunity to help the citizens of Virginia Beach. We at the Hampton Roads Workforce Council are excited about this opportunity, and we think that we can leverage these funds to do a great deal for the citizens and their needs to get back to employment. As you can see from the slide, we're taking the approach that we really need to focus in on the industries that are really important in Virginia Beach. And so we are looking at our healthcare, our manufacturing, our hospitality, skilled trades, transportation and logistics, and other identified opportunities as we move down the road. In healthcare, we're already got a very strong partnership with Centera and doing many new and exciting things right now with them to assist with their hiring needs, and we believe this would be a great funnel for Virginia Beach residents to get into that new industry. Manufacturing with steel and IMS Gear, to name just a couple, we have very strong partnerships with them and are working right now to fill the needs that they have. These are just 2 examples of companies that would be identified to help their pipeline of potential employees. Short-term certification is important these days, and as folks have been left behind with the pandemic and are looking for new opportunities, new long-term opportunities in industry, we think that these short-term certifications are a way to get in the door and really start prolonging careers. So skilled trades is important to the region. We've got a lot of manufacturers here, like Acoustical Sheet Metal, and with their new announcement and their their expansions. These are the types of things that we can help with. We'll do this with a focus on some of our existing programs that some of you are familiar with, our OJT training, our incumbent worker training programs, our apprenticeships and pre-hire programs. We've got a very strong business services team, and we've got very strong partnerships in Virginia Beach that would help assist with this pipeline into those types of programs. We also have something called our cohort training. Maybe you've read about our Women in Skilled Careers training program or our Elizabeth River Crossing programs. These are special cohorts that are specifically designed to meet the needs of each of those industries. For example, ERC, the focus and their money is being spent primarily on citizens in Portsmouth and Norfolk. And so we could do much the same here in Virginia Beach. And as we explore different avenues, we can do this in a variety of different methods, in-person, mobile, and of course, virtual delivery services. So we're excited about opportunities to, really kind of explore new grounds and really get into different areas. Expansion of our training partnerships. We've already reached out to Tidewater Community College, ECPI, Virginia Wesleyan, for example, just to talk about some of the different opportunities that we may have with them. And then, of course, our relationship with the Virginia Beach Economic Development Office. Taylor Adams' team and our team, our business services team, really work hand in hand to identify any opportunities that existing businesses have and then potential businesses down the road could have in different industries come in this area. So we're really partnering with you, with Virginia Beach, and really think this is a great way to leverage some of this dollars to upskill and train affected workers, affected citizens of Virginia Beach into new industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, Council members, Mr. Dehaney. It's a pleasure to be before you today. My name is Christine Morris. I'm the Executive Director of LISC Hampton Roads. And I just want to let you know that LISC has 35 offices around the country, and you are obviously the most forward-thinking in the work that you're doing under this program. We've been working across the country for multiple months now trying to get relief out to individuals and businesses, and we've never seen a program like this, so congratulations. Just to get a sense of the need in businesses, I looked at the Regional 757 COVID-19 Business Leadership Survey, where they surveyed about 469 respondents to questions about business disruption. About a third of them came from Virginia Beach respondents. And they reported that about 65% reported COVID has been disruptive or extremely disruptive to their businesses. 38% believe their businesses will be affected for a year or more. 76% reported a loss in revenue, and 45% of those reported a loss of revenue of up to a quarter. And about 30% have lost more than half of their revenue. So, getting money into the hands of small businesses right now is really critical. I want to let you know that LISC is pretty expert at this. If anybody can say they're expert at this point, we started in March doing these kinds of programs nationwide and in cities. To date, we've processed over 500,000 applications. We've made 27,000 grants, and by the end of this month, we'll be up to 4,000 grants nationwide, and we've allocated funds of over $31 million, almost $32 million. And we're able to hit that small business sector that I think you're most interested in, and those are women-owned, minority-owned businesses located in low and moderate income, veteran-owned businesses. That's a target audience for us. So our recommendation of how to get this money out, obviously Virginia Beach focusing on small women-owned and minority-owned businesses. The uses, we'll be asking the applicants about how they'll use this money, wages and benefits, inventory for ongoing operations, past due bills, payables, weatherization expansion into the right-of-way for those businesses that have been working in that area during the summer and now need to pivot to colder weather. we're recommending that we do a one-size-fits-all grant of $10,000. You'll see the money move out more quickly if we do that. And we think it's really important to have a big partnership to get the word out, especially to the smaller businesses, small childcare businesses, food distribution businesses. And so we'll work very closely with partner organizations like Black Brand, the Hispanic Chamber, the Filipino Center, the Urban League, and Virginia Capital, and other CDFI in our area. So we're thrilled to have this potential opportunity to work with you to help small businesses in Virginia Beach, and we look forward to moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your wonderful work. Welcome back.
Thank you. And this is where we will take questions after we go through these last few slides. And I'm not sure if I introduced myself. I know I told you I'm a Virginia Beach resident. My name is Michelle Anderson, and I'm the president and CEO of United Way. And again, just happy to serve my city. So what we're going to do for the coordinated process, one thing which was a brilliant recommendation was to have us coordinate together. So we will be sending one unified message to businesses and to citizens of Virginia Beach. And this will be the cornerstone of our intake. There'll be a landing page so everybody can go to the landing page and access all the resources that we just talked about today. And those who qualify can request assistance from any of our network partners. And also to let you know, our network partners also involve about 100 partners that United Way has in its coronavirus hotline, which we started operating March 16th. So there's many resources that residents will be able to receive. And again, you'll see the case management at the bottom for those that have complex problems. If you look at the next sheet, this is how we're going to report back to you. Our recommendation for reporting back is, again, we will coordinate this report together. This is an aggressive launch date that we have, and we had this based on meeting last week, so we may need to push that back a week, but it's aggressive because we want to get the money out to people in need yesterday. So we will work nights and weekends to make this happen for you and for our citizens in Virginia Beach. And then we will provide a monthly progress report that will be amongst all four of our organizations to let you know how fast the money is going out, who it's going to. We have someone on our team, Mary, who has got her PhD and is a dynamo and data. And again, that's what we'll be using a system to report back to you on. We also, on our last slide, this is our communication plan, a summary of our communication plan, and it's to drive traffic to the landing page. It'll be a push-pull for residents and businesses, which will include multi-level tactics, because we really want to drive people to one intake, and then we can provide many services. At this point, I'm going to stop and see if you have questions for any of us.
Any questions at all? Well, let me just say, yep, Mr. Tower?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions of the presenters other than a comment of thank you so much for what you do. We all admire you and respect you, and that's why we're entrusting these funds to you, obviously. My question is really just for the public issue, and Mr. City Manager, we've got $10 million of of 40 million, roughly 39 and change here. And people have asked me, well, that's great, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a COVID relief bill before January or February perhaps, and people are in need, as Michelle just mentioned, desperate to get this money out. What do you foresee in terms of the remaining amounts? I know we probably have to balance our budget for the last year and look at what other needs. Could you just speak to that, though, in terms of a timeline of what additional monies might be available and when?
Councilmember Tower, in response to your question, I think that was the reason for the initial proposal. You know, when we first came to council, you know, we found out that there was flexibility in using the CARES Act money that we received to reimburse public safety payroll to create the maximum amount of flexibility for council to use CARES Act restricted or locked up money to be flexible to address a myriad of needs that are in the community. You know, so really it's something that we have tremendous amount of flexibility. As you mentioned, this is the first round is 10 million. There are remaining $30 million and maybe even a little bit more after that as well, once we kind of get to the bottom of the first CARES Act allocation. You know, so it's really if council has a desire, if they want us to come back with other opportunities to address different community needs, we can definitely go back to the table and bring back something there. As it relates to our operational needs, you know, as we've been presenting, our fund balance situation is looking a lot better than we initially thought as it relates to COVID-19 impacts. We don't know where this is going to go. You know, if there is not any additional support from the federal government, we don't know if this is going to lead to lower trustee taxes going forward into FY22 as we prepare that budget. But it's something that I think if we monitor the situation and use the flexibility that we have, we set ourselves up to really figure out do we need to edge and protect our operations, or do we need to continue and support the community as they get through this? So we got a whole host of options available to us, and whatever is the desire of this body, we can act on.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I just want to say I hope that there are additional monies available for this cause. I'm very conscious of the fiduciary responsibilities we have for the governmental side of it, but to the extent we can add to it. I know it would help you to be able to plan if you knew additional monies were coming, and I mean, we'll speaking for myself, but perhaps others, will certainly do our best to try to not let any time go by when we see additional funds that might be available. But thank you very much for undertaking this.
Thank you again. Thank you to everyone.
Mr. Jones. Turn on your mic.
Mr. Jones, could you turn your microphone on, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. Number one, thank you for your efforts in this regard. I like Mr. Tower. I think it's a noble cause, and I certainly want to be supportive. But I was interested in knowing how you go about implementing the on-the-job training and incumbent worker training.
So that's, and I apologize too, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Steve Cook. I'm the Vice President of Workforce Innovation for the Hampton Roads Workforce Council. That's a daily operational for us. I mean, we go out to business, assess their needs, and figure out what they are looking for in a training, and then determine which program works best for them. It's a pretty simple process. Right now, incumbent worker training seems to be the most popular, and it's just funding that we get from federal government to assist with upskilling people to meet the needs of a certain company or business. What we're talking about here would be in addition to or over and above and working outside of some of those parameters that the federal government require us to do, have specific qualifications for people coming through. We won't be hampered by that. This money will allow us to do a lot more with companies in terms of specific training.
And more specifically, are you, in the use of the funds, are you using these to supplement the salaries or pay of these individuals who are being put out for training? Or exactly how are the funds being applied?
It depends on which program. So an on-the-job training would be a supplemental. You have to have the employer involved, and then you have to have the employee that's already there to upskill, and then we would work out an agreement with the company to do that. So in the federal program, it's up to $5,000 a person for training. But you're getting really into the weeds, I mean, and that, then you have to have some, specific qualifications for that employee to get those types of funds. And those are the things that we'd work out with our business services team. Very easy process to go through. We just sit down with the company. We've done it for years with companies like Steel and other companies within the region. Concoa we're working with now, so looking at doing some different programs with them.
Thank you very much.
If you need more information, be happy to talk to you one-on-one about that, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Henley.
Not a question of that gentleman, but, and also a part where allocating $2 million to the Department of Emergency Services for our rescue squads. Were you going to address that in any way?
Yes, ma'am. Chief Brazel's here to provide an update on the funds, and the primary use for that fund is to address what the capital needs for our volunteer rescue squad and also to assist in recruiting. Yeah, but he can give a better overview.
Yes, sir, thank you. Yes, ma'am, our plan is, again, a portion, right now it's 5% is sort of the estimate towards recruiting and retention, and the rest will divide up among the 10 squads in the form of capital grants towards the purchase of ambulances. We're working with each squad to bring a little bit of money to the table, similar to what a state grant program does, anywhere from 15 to 20%. That lets us leverage more ambulances out of this $2 million. But we're going to be working with each of the squads, direct cash to them to buy ambulances. We've got about a dozen ambulances across the fleet that need to be replaced in the next year or two. So this is the way we'll do the next wave. And then our intention is we won't need to come to you, at least for one ambulance per squad, for a loan for the next phase. If a squad's buying 2 or 3 this year, they may come back. But in general, this is to get us over the hump without any further assistance from council.
And so this is intended to supplement the donations, which apparently are down because of the COVID?
Yes, ma'am. Some of the squads have done very well. The community's been real responsive of what the frontline activity that the volunteers are doing. But some of the activities that they would normally do, such as the activities in Sandbridge, they haven't been able to do. And the special event money they would generally, like a Rock and Roll Marathon or something in the water, they didn't get that revenue, which is about $100,000 among all special events last year. So this will be a huge help.
Okay, anyone else?
Mayor, Councilmember Moss would like to make a comment via WebEx.
Okay. Welcome, John.
Mr. Moss, if you would pause just 2 seconds before beginning your comments, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to compliment the city manager on how well he and his staff responded to the council as a whole to get a quick approach to put the money out into the community as fast as we could. And I hope as we get the reports back that we'll show that disproportionately the dollars went into the hands of recipients and as little as possible into overhead and administration. But I couldn't be more pleased with the city manager's aggressive response to put this money out in the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Moss, let me echo your sentiments, and let me just say, through adversity, it's wonderful how people can be innovative and come back with opportunity. And when you think about the 4 different organizations that were involved in this process, the multitude of people and businesses that you covered is just exemplary. So on behalf of a very grateful council and bunch of folks out there that you help, thank you. Okay, Mr. Duhaney, moving on.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, Director Smith, our Human Services Director, is going to come and give a quick update on the Children's Services Act.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. I'm Eileen Smith. I'm the Director of Human Services, and today I'm coming to talk to you about the Children's Services Act. We did have an administrator over the Children's Services Act, but she just retired after 5 years of service, September 30th. So she was going to be here with me, but at this time she's retired, so good luck to her. The Comprehensive Services Act was actually, the history of the Children's Services Act goes back to the Comprehensive Services Act in 1992 when it was passed. And it was to create a collaborative system in order to serve and address the strengths and needs of the at-risk youth in our community. In 2015, actually July 1st, 2015, they changed the name to Children's Services Act, but the undertones and the baseline of it is still the same. And with that, in Virginia, we created community policy management teams across Virginia. We're the only state that does this in this manner. So each state kind of addresses their children's services funding and act in a different way. And ours was to create these policy teams, and the policy teams are not just led by human services or social services and behavioral health, but they also have your court services, public schools, the health department, parent representatives, and private providers are on there, as well as a governing body or a governing official, which is right now Nancy Bloom. It used to be Bob Mathias. So that creates the team, and the team is at a locality level in order to have the fiscal responsibility, the interagency responsibility, the responsibility to look at what are we going to provide these children and what are we being tasked with in terms of services in our community. What are the needs and how do we need to address those? So the CPMT, which is your Community Policy Management Team, establishes what's called a FAPT, and the FAPT is the Family Assessment Team. FAPT is members of the same agencies, but it would be the staff who's actually doing the work, who's working with the families and working with the children. So they come together twice a week for the entire day. So all these agencies devote staff to be able to review each case. Parents come before the FAPT, they talk about what their circumstances are, and the FAPT determines what's going to happen or what kind of funding or services they may need. And right now, we have been doing all of this work, as you can imagine, virtually. The shift to virtual was a bit of a stretch in the beginning, but we've been able to work it out so that these teams have been running smoothly through the COVID process and through the COVID period of time here. The next slide, thank you. So the FAPT uses what's called an intensive care coordination, or ICC, which is a high fidelity wraparound approach. This approach is a means to holistically work with the family and also empower the family. The family needs to become the ones who are asking us for what they need or who are creating the system of care for their child. So you have all of these agencies that work on behalf of the family and they help guide the process, but eventually what you want is this family to be empowered, and that's what the FAPT helps to do, and the high fidelity wraparound approach. Let's see here. So 4 agencies right now are doing ICC for us. The Human Services Department is, so social services and behavioral health, actually on the behavioral health side, is doing some ICC work. We have United Methodist Family Services, we have Compass, as well as Family Insight. So those are the agencies in the community that provide this ICC service. And again, all of this is geared towards preventing residential services, keeping the child in the home. So who's eligible for children's services and the funding? The eligibility is broken up between mandated children and what's called non-mandated children. The lion's share of the money, or basically most of the money, goes to the mandated population, which would be your children or youth who are in foster care, or your ones who are at risk of going into foster care, or those who might be placed in out-of-home care. All of that is really something that we want to avoid. So that is where your majority of your funding goes to, the mandated children. There's just a little bit of the funding, really very small percentage, that goes to the non-mandated, which would be the youth who are referred by the courts, the juvenile court service, or maybe one of those who meet the criteria for behavioral or emotional needs. And then they would be considered a non-mandated child, and they would be able to receive some of the funding. Okay, what services can be provided under the Children's Services Act? The Children's Services Act can provide parent coaching, mentoring, virtual residential, which I even had to understand what that was myself. I said, how do we do that one? So that is intensive in-home, like 80 hours a week. So basically, it's residential in your home. But it's called virtual residential. We have sex offender therapy. We have 2 providers who do that. We do offer drug testing, family therapy, parent support partners, substance use treatment, parenting assessments, and domestic violence counseling. We also do parent capacity assessments. So how did our numbers look in 2020? In 2020, we served 426 youth, but they received 614 services. So if you look at this slide and you add it up all the way around, it's going to come up to 614. So of these 426 kids, some of the children received more than one service on the page that was prior. So they may have been receiving parent coaching, mentoring, and maybe some family therapy was going on. So that's why the numbers add up the way that they do on the distinct child count slide, part of this slide. And on the referral source, these numbers add up to 430. So 4 kids actually came into care. So maybe they were referred by Human Services and then they aged out, and then the school picked them up. So they actually came in twice in the year. So 426 kids, but 4 of them actually came in more than once. So that adds up to 430. Okay, so what is our budget? The budget for CSA is, expenditure budget is a little over 13 million, 13.5 million. So 13 million is for the Children and Family Services, 470,000 is for the personnel, and about 30,000 is for supplies. The revenue sources are parent copays, which is just 2,000. We started doing that with probably about 18 months ago. We're achieving the parent copays, a very small amount. 1.5 million for the day school placements, which is placements which would be called private day for the day education, as well as 4.5 million for a local match in the general fund, and then you get from your state 7.5 million. So your state and federal is about 7.5 million. What are some of the accomplishments of the Children's Services Act team, as well as others that work with this team? So they started an open table. Open Table was in collaboration with the Interfaith Alliance at the beach. They have 3 open tables now, and what these open tables do is they come together to support a family. So if a family is in need, an open table will be a group of people who are natural supports that help that child and that family in need get what they need in terms of services, advocate for them, basically. So we have established this in the last really year and a half. It really took off, and now we have 3 open tables that are working. The other thing that the team was very proud of is that they collaborated with the Child Support and Enforcement Office to refer parents to pay towards the care. Basically, it's a parental agreement where they actually pay child support payments if the child is no longer in their custody and in their home. That literally has just started, so we did not receive any money from that yet. However, it is something that we've been working on for quite a while. Any questions about the Children's
Any questions
Services
at all? Anyone? No, but thank you, and, Mrs. Henley.
I was just thinking of, there's always somebody who falls through the cracks when you have good programs. There's still, do you have a estimate of an unmet need that you feel is not being made, or do you feel that the program is encompassing what it needs to do?
When I couldn't give you an estimate on unmet need because we were referring everyone in. Most of the kids, like I said to you, do come through, or the children come through non-mandated care. But even if, mandated care, even if they're non-mandated, we'll meet that need. So we don't have a waiting list per se, if that's what you're asking. We pull the kids right in through FAPT. They can also come in through the Human Services same-day access portal, which would be over on your behavioral health side, and have a full assessment. A lot of these children have behavioral health needs, so they can come in that way. And at least we could meet the need with case management while they're waiting for something. So we definitely do not have a waiting list. Same-day access means same-day access.
Mr. Tower.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, do you expect, I know there must have been some backup in the court system in terms of dealing with some kids, or has that all been going on without interference from COVID?
Oh, well, the courts did close down for a
Yeah,
period of time, so
I'm
there
aware
is
of
a slight backlog there. But they have opened up, and at this time, no, that is not interfering. But during the time of the pandemic, when everything was shut down, yes, it did slow up quite a bit there. Now, our staff continue to go to court. They represent the families and the children, and so they've been continuing that throughout.
Okay, so you aren't experiencing a heavy load, particular load, now that the courts have opened back up again?
No,
Okay.
no, it's about the same.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. That's very exciting. Good
Thank-
stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your hard efforts, your whole department.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, the Parks and Recreation Department is going to come and give a presentation regarding our proposal to join B City USA.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Dyer, members of council, Manager Duhaney, Michael Kirschman with the Parks and Recreation Department. Happy to be here to talk about an initiative that we started working on right around when COVID-19 first hit. And it is to become a designated Bee City USA. This is akin to Tree City USA with the Arbor Day Foundation. You might be familiar with that program. Our staff have been working with the Council of Garden Clubs for quite a few months on this initiative. I'm going to introduce Simsy Dempson. She's our operations coordinator with Parks and Landscape Services, and she's going to come up and give a brief presentation on Bee City USA. Thank you.
Welcome.
I brought a few friends with me. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and take this
Yeah,
off.
take it off.
I can't breathe.
Good.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Dyer and esteemed council and City Manager Duhaney. It's with real great honor that I have two friends with me from the Virginia Beach Council of Garden Clubs. I have Betty Ann Desroche, yes, and Damaris Yurek, and they came to me with an idea which I feel the city has already been very involved with, especially Parks and Rec, and that was to become Bee City USA. And so we are very honored to be here, and just wanted to tell you, you may be asking yourself, what is Bee City USA? Well, let me tell you a little bit about it. In a nutshell, and just in a few words, it's educating the public, engaging the public about the importance of bees for life, really. It's protecting and growing the native bee population, but Bee City seems very singular, but in actuality, it's really promoting all pollinators, which, you know, there's bats and there's birds and there's butterflies, all different types of pollinators out there that we would be promoting because we're providing habitat. So the Bee City initiative really is formed on commitment to foster that understanding of why pollinators and bees are important. All right, so we have commitments that we must definitely make. One of that is to have a committee, and the president of the Council of Garden Club would lead that, and I would be the liaison, the city liaison, and we would have meetings and plan events and talk about different ways that we can engage the public and our citizens, and whether it be schools, whether it be events out in the public. We would create habitats, and I'm happy to say that we already have created
a pollinator habitat at Red Wing Park. So there was already an existing garden that needed a little rehab, a little love, and so we turned that garden right next to the Japanese garden into our very first pollinator garden. However, we work with schools and numerous different garden clubs who have done different pollinator gardens around the city. We are putting together an IPM program. So we're very focused on not using insecticides, you know, getting away from that. If a plant is going to make it in our city, well, it better be darn tough like we are, because other than that, we're just not going to put insecticides out there. We are also public outreach, as I said. We'll be having events, we'll be going to schools, we'll be talking to people, you know, have social media, and given the times and during COVID-19, we probably will be doing quite a bit of virtual. We're actually working on a presentation where we will do videos, so we are definitely prepared for that virtual aspect of outreach. Just to talk a little bit about the budget, it's relatively low, and there will be some shared costs. There is a $500 a year membership fee with the Xerix Society, and it is $500 based on our population. And we will be sharing that cost. The Parks and Recreation Department, our Park and Landscape Services budget can afford that, and also the Council of Garden Clubs will be also sharing that cost, so we'll be 50-50. Educational materials will be created and already have been created. I wish I would have brought you the beef flyer, but that will be provided by the Council of Garden Clubs as well. The pollinator garden will obviously need a little bit of upkeep, so I'm just estimating about $300 a year just to keep that up. Annual bee celebration, there will be in-kind, of course, staff work to prepare for that, but the Virginia Beach Council of Garden Club is extremely active and extremely involved, and I expect that they will definitely be providing a lot of that in-kind hours, you know, boots on ground. And of course, meetings, and every year we will be required to report out on our accomplishments for the year and our outreach. So, who is Bee City? There's, you know, Lynchburg, Virginia, Asheville, North Carolina they were the very first to become Bee City USA. Hampton, Virginia. Many universities around the country are also establishing Bee City campuses. So this is not, you know, we're not the first, but definitely I think we will, in our Virginia Beach way, show our support and really make a difference. Now, why, earlier when they were talking about food insecurity and people who do not have food, pollinators actually are responsible for 1 in 3 of each bite that we take in our mouth. So incredibly important. You know, 90% of the world's flowering plants depend on pollination to produce. All right, as I said, I wanted to talk about some of the things that we already are doing. So if we're already doing it, it makes sense that we would become Bee City USA. We are not using insecticides. We are also Parks and Recreation. We have miles of meadow. So we have all of these meadow managed areas that are actually mini super highways for pollinators, providing habitat, providing food, and definitely better for the environment. Kellam High School, doing great things, with beehives, providing, so they're actually beekeepers in the making. Lansdowne Elementary, I actually worked with the teacher there that started a hive at Lansdowne. Within their first year, I believe they had at least a gallon of honey from that hive. She actually took the students outside when the bees were swarming, because so many people are afraid of bees, but she took her students out so that they would see that. They used the honey in the cafeteria. So definitely a lot of things happening around the city and in our schools related to, supporting our pollinators and our bees. So how many of us have ever been stung by a bee? I know I have. It was a yellow jacket, and they are merciful, they will attack you until you find a place to hide. But so many people are just afraid of all bees. So I think it's real important that we get the word out and really talk about the different types of species, and also make sure that we have a person on our committee that is a bee expert. He will come to your home and take that hive away for you. And so that we don't have to spray it and kill those bees, because those bees could be beneficial, and most of them are. And he's even actually retrieved a hive off of a submarine. Believe it or not, they called him out there, and he went out and successfully got that hive out. So, of course, many amazing bee facts. One offhand that he told us is that it takes thousands of bees to make one little honey stick. So when you think about all of the bees that we're losing, across the country and in the world, and how important it is to protect, then, these are the types of information that we will be getting out to the public. All right, Be Native, we're going to use a lot of native flora so that we attract the native bees. And what's next? Resolution adoption. We are hopeful that the City Council and Mayor Dyer will definitely think this is a good thing for the city of Virginia Beach, and we thank you for your time. And yes,
Mr. Bellucci, and then Ms. Abbott, and Ms. Edler.
Well, thank you for being here. Your
Thank you.
passion for bees and pollinators is so evident, and it's really much appreciated. I love pollinators too, and I love native species plants, and I recognize the value in having bees and pollinators all throughout our city. And I look forward to the impact that your efforts will have on our city, positive impact. I have a couple of questions. One is that it has been brought to my attention in previous meetings that we've had that the mosquito spraying that the city engages in, which is necessary for
Yes.
public health to a degree, has a negative impact, substantial negative impact on pollinators. And I wonder if, and I just want to make sure that if we're going to adopt a resolution like this, declaring ourselves a bee city, that it's really meaningful, that we're actually going to make a real meaningful, positive step forward to protect pollinators. I wonder if you have any thoughts about the spraying, what impact that has, how that could be improved, if it does need to be improved. And then the second question I have is related to native species. I think more and more native species plants are being incorporated into landscaping design, and I think that's wonderful. Is there a gap there? Do we need to incorporate more native species into our city landscaping? And also, how can this, I know this, I'm throwing a lot at you, so I apologize for that.
That's
but,
okay, that's okay, I'm cataloging it.
Yeah, but also, how can the city, as part of this effort, and it sounds like you will, share information about native species plants so that not only the city would be incorporating native species plants, but also our residents can incorporate them into their own landscaping?
That's a good point. Betty, would you like to?
And I just have to say, it took me a minute to put this together, but I'm really happy to see my former science teacher here presenting. So I'll be happy to learn from her again.
Great, I'm going to have her.
Hope I didn't embarrass her.
I will answer one thing in relation to we get that question a lot about the mosquito spraying. I will tell you that it is relatively safe. When they do it, what types of products they use are not detrimental to the bees. So it is often misunderstood that the mosquito spraying is something that, especially here in the Virginia Beach, we do not do the mosquito spraying. That is a public works function, but at least I've been told, and I think we confirmed that with our bee expert as well. We've had those discussions, but they do different things that are not going to impact the bee population or pollinators.
And is there any more about the spraying that you want to say?
Well, no, but I just wanted to say, in terms of also the tree plantings, one of the things we are responsible for in Parks and Landscape Services is replacement of street trees along our medians and in the parks, and we do always now go to natives. So we're in the process now of replacing quite a few non-native trees. We did that a couple years ago in the municipal center area, getting rid of crepe myrtles, getting rid of some of the species that don't do so well and they're non-native, and replacing them with native species. That's all we plant these days.
I'm really glad to hear that. It was told to me recently at a native species nursery that up to over 1,000 different species can live on a native tree, for example. It's part of the life cycle of more than 1,000 species, not just pollinators, but many other species, and that, is just so good for our environment and for the world around us.
I agree. If you
Such
just
a
go to
simple
any
thing to
native native tree in the woods and look at the leaves, and you'll see the galls and the insect marks on it, and go to a non-native, and you'll see perfect leaves not being eaten, because the native tree serves so many other species in the process.
And I'll try to address a couple of those things. My perspective as far as the spraying, I'm with you in that this project was suggested by some, brilliant people, and that was my first concern. Because as a master gardener also, we had the person in charge of spraying at our fall festival, and he pretty much told us that bees are wimp. If something's gonna die from the spraying, the bees are going first. So the way I look at it is that we can continue to promote research into getting safer sprays. So we can take care of everybody. As far as the education, that's going to be our main role as a council. First of all, in case you don't know who council is, there are 35 garden clubs throughout the city, between 800 and 900 people, men and women, and we join to have for bigger projects like this. Unfortunately, this is even too big for us, so thank you so much for even considering it. The council's made up of master gardeners too. Our main goal is going to be to educate, and so we've got a lot of talent. The other big thing is enthusiasm, and we have enthusiasm on both sides. And thank you so much to Park and Recreations for finding Simsy. She's amazing. We definitely have somebody in our court who's passionate about pollinators and native plants. I think the program's good. They have excellent resources, and we have to renew every year. That means we don't quit. We may not be qualified as the bee city next year. We have to do certain things to improve. So I like that push. I feel like it's an easy fit. We can start small. We've stopped our fundraisers too as a Garden Club Council, but we can start small. And like Simsy said, I mean, it's a no-brainer for what we're already doing in the city. We already qualify. We just want to continue to be better. As educators, partnership, we hope to be at events like Arbor Day. For one, there's a big celebration nationwide of pollinators the same week as the Boardwalk Art Show. So we plan to have a booth there and maybe even a contest. So our tourists that come in can see how we can have fun, be artful, and still look after our native species and pollinators. What was the other question? We talked to education. Oh, I know. It's going right to the neighborhoods through our garden clubs. We're going to be working hard. And then, like I said, booths at different events. Any other questions about what the council garden clubs can do in this partnership?
Ms. Abbott.
I'm not sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure my questions are specifically for you, but
okay,
probably for you. I want to start off by saying thank you very much for bringing this to us. This is a very exciting proposal. I also want to fully disclose I did review your presentation with my sister's a PhD in entomology and native bee ecology. So
Fabulous.
I probably am going to ask a question I shouldn't ask.
Okay.
But one of the questions that her and I discussed while we were talking about the presentation is, with the new information that's coming out in respect to honeybees and the potentially not beneficial effects that they can have on our community, how does this program address pollinators in a broader scope? And how do we emphasize that while beekeeping is educational and very interesting, but there are native bee species that we really need to put a heightened emphasis on? What is the goal of the program in that respect? And then kind of going past that, how does the education program emphasize that comment, that emphasize the importance of other types of bees, not just this, like I said, heightened awareness on honeybees? And then a third question, not to throw it all on you, is how do we ensure, I think I speak for anybody who's in support of this program, how do we ensure that this is sustainable in the long term? And I know you're not asking for a lot of money right now, but I mean, this is a big issue worldwide that we have to address. And I think taking steps as us in a city and what we can control is a good first step, but we want to make sure we're real partners and we're committing to this in a real way.
Well, I agree with you 100%. Let me answer that last question first. I think working with, at least 20 years I've been working with the Virginia Beach Council of Garden Clubs. They have been around longer than I've been with the city, and their commitment is unwavering. Also, I think our commitment in Parks and Recreation to always looking towards doing things better, being committed. Arbor Day, Tree City USA, we've been doing that for over 40 years. That never wavers. Our passion and our commitment to increasing tree canopy has never wavered. I think when it comes to the fact that this is, we're not sustainable without pollinators, I think there's no other way to be but committed. And then answering your first question, now I got turned around, I shouldn't have done that. Your first question was, we are definitely going to be not only promoting native species plant material, which will attract our native species bees and pollinators, but we'll also making sure that those areas are diverse. So we're not going to be planting monocultures. We're already getting away from that. As you see on the roadways, there won't be rows and rows of one type of tree. We're starting to mix it up, because when you plant a monoculture, you plant a buffet for non-native species of insects or animals that will decimate that particular plant. But that is definitely, I think, very doable. And you're right, we can't just focus on the honeybee. The honeybee is just one part of that pollination nation, if you will. And then this, right, I think it's going to be very easy. As a matter of fact, the Virginia Beach Council of Garden Clubs have already put materials together, and as Betty Ann stated, they are master gardeners, and their ability to educate a wide variety of our citizenry is really phenomenal, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm very appreciative of that.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Tower.
Just a quick question. I'm curious, thanks for this presentation, is very interesting, and I'm completely supportive of it. What is the relationship with the beekeeping industry, if you want to call it that? I suspect it's more of an interest group than an industry. Are they in sync with you in terms of what you're doing? I know we regulate beekeeping through zoning issues, but I'm not sure exactly how we do that and whether we have any issues in that regard either.
That's a really
I know
good,
that's not Parks and Rec, but
right, that's a
I'm
good
curious.
question, and we do have one member on our committee who is a beekeeper, and he's also the same person that will go out and rescue hives. It never came up in the sense of
I just see
talking
there's a
about-
Virginia Beach Beekeepers Society and.
Right,
Right.
right.
Okay,
That's, sorry,
that's fine.
yeah.
In the interest of time, I really wasn't going into this, but of course, the agricultural aspect of all of this is extremely important. We pay people to have bees, and we do have a lot of beekeepers, and that's a whole other component that
Thank
you
you.
really want to make sure you cover.
Thank you. Yes, we will, and thank you, everybody, for these great questions.
And thank you for your presentation. It was, I'll tell you what, this is what makes Virginia Beach such a great livable, society.
I agree.
You know, Mrs. Henley with her tree initiative, you doing this, it's really phenomenal. And I'll just say real quickly, my wife is allergic to bees, and there was a beehive on a neighbor's tree, and we called the Beekeepers Association.
Yes.
And they came out, and it was a hive, they said it was thousands of bees right there.
Wow.
And they were able to rescue the whole nest.
Excellent.
So,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Very informative.
And just for council's information, it's my understanding from the city attorney's office that the resolution will come before you next Tuesday. Thank you very much.
All right. Next up is Bobby Tahan to provide an update on the CPACE program at the request of Councilmember Berlucci.
Welcome, Bobby.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, city manager. This presentation is to supplement the letter that was sent to city council on your Friday package in August, providing a kind of analysis that the planning department, as well as the other departments that we engage with, made a recommendation on how we should move forward with the CPACE program. Oops. I guess I could use this. This presentation will just do a quick overview of the recommendation as well as current steps towards implementation, and then also a timeline. This is a very short presentation. The recommendation from city staff is to delay the starting of the CPACE program. What's going on at the state level is that they are anticipating on hiring a third-party administrator that will help to administer the program and be responsible for taking in applications and creating essentially the program itself. As we move forward with this, the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy, we have been in constant conversation with them as far as where they are in the process of procuring the third-party administrator that we can also jump on to help us guide us through the process as we create the program itself. Waiting for the third-party administrator will help reduce our staff time in order to stand up the program. So it's very important to us to be in step with the state Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy, as well as to help us implement the program easier. Just as a reminder of what CPACE is, it stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy. It is an innovative way to finance clean energy and resiliency for commercial, multifamily, agricultural, and nonprofit buildings. It essentially uses the security of the city's tax assessment to help to provide a backing to loans on the private sector, and essentially providing an opportunity for to assure that payments on the lien or the payments on the financing for this clean energy is handled almost with the exact ability as the tax assessment. So that's why the city is involved in this program, because what will happen is if a person does not pay their essentially their loan, the tax assessment or the CPACE program runs with the land. And so it will come up as we obtain our taxes on the property. It will also be paid through the city's ability to obtain our taxes from the property. We will be also paying this third-party administrator for the loan that runs with the land. And also, as the land gets sold, it runs concurrent to have an ability to fund the program. So what steps have we taken as we move forward with the program? An internal group of city staff has met, discussed a lot of information with the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy. We have identified economic development staff to serve as the liaison to the third-party program administrator, as well as being the city's main point of contact and essentially the one that is going to be promoting the program. Planning will continue to work with the city attorney's office and other required departments to draft an ordinance to adopt the CPACE program, as well as the planning and economic development will work together with the city treasurer and real estate assessor to assure that the program aligns with the state code that allows us to create this program. The timeline right now, and we've gotten, as we've talked to our contact at DMME, they are still on track to try to hire a third-party program administrator in the first quarter of 2021, not fiscal year, but the actual calendar year 2021. As they bring that person on board or that group on board, we plan on getting in contact with them to make sure that we set up the program in an appropriate way that will work very closely with them. And hopefully in second quarter of calendar year 2021, we'll be able to move forward with an ordinance and get the program started immediately as we align with a third-party administrator. That's where we are at this moment as we talk about the program. We are in constant contact with our contact at DMME to try to assure that the program can get stood up. We don't want to stand a program up that doesn't fully align with theirs, so that's why we recommend delaying for the time being until they get their program administrator on board.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Bellucci.
Thanks, Mr. Tahana. Really appreciate the update. And I know that a variety of stakeholders throughout our community who are excited about the implementation of this program do as well. The reason I think it's important that we move as expeditiously as possible is because resiliency, clean energy, these are all things that are very important, particularly on the resiliency side when it relates to flooding, stormwater, and other things. These are solutions we have to be very innovative in approaching, and the burden for those resiliency improvements can't be exclusively placed upon the taxpayer. So I think the opportunities that exist with regard to this program for increasing resiliency, making improvements, are so substantial, so good, so positive that we have to do everything we can to implement this as quickly as possible. And I think you and your team and colleagues have done a really great job in bringing this forward to stand up in a really lasting, sustainable, meaningful way. So I'm really grateful for it, and I'm excited about the opportunities this program presents for Virginia Beach businesses and residents and for our clean energy and good environment. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
I see that on the HRPDC agenda for this week, there's a resolution of support for this program, and it particularly carries the resolved that recommends that localities in Hampton Roads coordinate with the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy to determine whether local administration or participation in the state program is the preferred option for managing a CPACE program. So that is what you're doing, and so we are in coordination with what the region is working together to do. I think that's the important thing, so that we each aren't doing overlapping things. So this seems to be in compliance with what the PDC plans to recommend this week.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss would like to make a comment via WebEx.
He's more than welcome. Thank you, John.
Mr. Moss, if you could just pause 2 seconds before beginning your comments.
While I do support the initiative, I would like to understand how the contingent liability in the event of default would be reflected in our CAFR report and how it would be reflected in bond prospectuses, because we have to assume a potential liability. So I would like to understand how that is documented in those documents, but I do agree with Councilman Belushi. It's an initiative we need to take, but I'd like to understand how the financial liability is accounted for.
Mr. Moss, we'll get with finance and as we have a better understanding of the program, we will, and dealing with any of the other localities that may have had any defaults, which there aren't many that have had people stand up and use the program, unfortunately, at the moment, but we will get with finance and understand, and as well as budget management services to understand that.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moss. Okay, thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Okay, Mr. Duhaney, moving on.
Next up is an update on the resort area outdoor cafe franchise agreement amendments.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for having me. I'm Emily Archer, Senior Planner, Urban Designer with the Strategic Growth Area Office in the Planning Department. I'm here today to briefly brief you on our update to the franchise regulations for resort outdoor cafes that will be before you for a vote next Tuesday. This program has been around a while. I'll talk about it, but it only applies to outdoor cafes in city right-of-way at the resort. That's all this applies to, not to be confused with the temporary program going on right now due to COVID, or outdoor cafes in town center, which are handled in the encroachment process. This program has been around for 35 years. Since 1985, it was established at the request of the Resort Area Commission. It's been amended many times over that time period. Most recently, the Strategic Growth Area Office has been made the liaison for the Resort Area Commission when we were asked in January of this year to look at these regulations and how they could be updated. So as taking over RAC and the responsibilities of their subcommittees, we also took on this task. The primary purpose, though, still remains, even with this update, to promote a welcoming ambiance for shopping and dining at the resort and protecting the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens, to achieve council's goal of making this a world-class resort. So the summary of the changes are before you. I'll talk a little bit about each of them, but this is a much more user-friendly, visually compelling document, organized. We've got rid of a lot of redundancies. We've consolidated the cafe categories some. There's a lot of, there's 5 of them existing. We try to streamline that some. We've expanded the eligibility slightly, provided more flexibility for owners and operators that identified a lot of modernization and new materials that aren't currently permitted that they could be used to make it easier to own and operate a cafe. And we wanted to update the document to coordinate with our current guidelines and newly adopted RACEAP plan and streamline the review and application process. There are currently six categories, and 47 restaurants that have a cafe franchise agreement. Some of those are corners cafes, so they have a franchise agreement for each side because each corner is a different category. It's kind of cumbersome and confusing. We're hoping to consolidate that by going to three categories. Essentially, there's a boardwalk condition and a sidewalk condition. So all the connector parks in the boardwalk would be in the boardwalk cafe type. The sidewalk cafes would be split between Atlantic to Pacific and then west of Pacific. There's not a lot of differences between the two sidewalk types other than, excuse me, a lower franchise fee because we currently have 0 outdoor cafes west of Pacific Avenue to encourage those along, and a slightly different operational time for outdoor music, so because you're closer to the neighborhoods west of Pacific. The current eligibility location hasn't really changed, but there's never been a map before. Now there's a map that shows that if you are zoned an OR or RT parcel, you are currently eligible for this program. This program is for fully staffed restaurants with a full service menu and servers that come to your table. It's typically not eligible for fast casual or fast food, offering quick or fast food services already prepared, and going up to the counter is usually not, makes this eligible for this program. However, we are adding an exception if you are a fully certified green partner, which is a sponsored initiative by the state to encourage green practices in all aspects of the tourist industry. You could be eligible for this program as well. You may be more familiar with the Lynn Haven Business Now Pearl Business Program. You can, if you're already a Pearl business, you can become fully green certified without having to go through this certification process because there is a reciprocal agreement between the two entities at this time. So back in February 2020, we went out to all 47 restaurants and checked out all the site elements based on the current regulations to see what, if we're going to update them, what regulations are, who's be able to meet what most of the time. We found that the perimeter fencing was kind of needed some attention, as well as signage and plantings. It helped inform what changed in the document. I'm going to highlight some of these that are the changes that are occurring. I'm not going to read all of this, but you know, the overhead structures, there's coverage requirements and all kinds of different nuances based on category. Essentially, all overhead structures are temporary, except if you're on the boardwalk side. We are permitting hardtop overhead structures as a change. We wanted to keep it temporary for the right-of-way and the sidewalk cafe condition because our right-of-ways are very constrained, especially on Atlantic Avenue, and there's more subject to change, especially if streetscape improvements or utility, underground things need to be accessed, and there's permanent overhead structures that makes it more cumbersome and difficult. There's currently a required to be covered by overhead structures if you're in boardwalk. We eliminated that. That should be up to the owner if they want to cover it or not, and allowed a couple more additional materials for the framing structures for those. The perimeter barriers, like I mentioned, were kind of all over the place. We tried to align it more with ABC regulations that allow multiple access points to the outdoor cafes as long as it's under the control of the licensee. So we reflected that in the regulations to allow more than one access point now. Additional materials are permitted. Vinyl PVC fencing and aluminum fencing is now permitted where it wasn't before, as long as it's not a picket top or incorporated any kind of logos with it. Planting, we are allowing a continuous planted hedge with integrated wire mesh now as a perimeter barrier, and that wasn't allowed before. And encouraging more integrated planter systems for barriers on sidewalk cafes on sidewalk conditions. So the current the franchise fees were waived this year due to COVID, and we have not really changed what they were already scheduled to be increased to for the coming year and the 2 subsequent years is an annual 3% escalation. We researched these fees and where they came from. It's about half of market rate square footages pre-COVID at the oceanfront per square footage, and that was set back in at one time this document was updated about 10 years ago. That became the standard and it hasn't really changed, and we're not proposing to change it at this time. Because this is still a council-approved process for each cafe franchise that happens, it was kind of hard to streamline it. Typically, they submit the application, we review it, and it goes before the RAC subcommittee, Planning, Design, and Review subcommittee, for their review, and then it's submitted or recommended to council for approval. At the same time, concurrently, they submit to building permits inspections to make sure that their overhead structures meet current building wind speeds that are required, sprinkled systems for any kind of overhead structure, even temporary, I believe, has to be sprinkled and meet the wind load requirements per building code. So they are required to get a building permit in addition to council approval. And then to streamline it, we want to involve some more city staff upfront when they first submit an application to hopefully have a quicker review time on the back end, and then accompany the building inspector at the final inspection to make sure it's built per the plans before they can get their certificate of occupancy. We've had an extensive public input process starting back in August on that. We've been to the Resort Area Commission and their subcommittees, the Restaurant Association, Atlantic Avenue Association, Vibe Creative District, Planning Commission, and as I mentioned, it's up for a vote for you next week. It is on our website at vbgov.com/resort cafe, the full current document, proposed draft, in this presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, that was excellent. Any questions? Mr. Tower.
Not a question, but just a comment. Thank you, Emily. Good job. The membership of the Resort Advisory Commission is very enthusiastic about this project, and very grateful to the staff and to the many, many hours of volunteer time of folks trying to clean this up and make it a better working document for everybody. And I'm also grateful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah, thank you for that excellent presentation. If I could just make, a comment in general. A lot of people enjoyed eating out. Once we got hit with the COVID and we were able to get the outdoor, ordinances, and the council acted very expeditiously, I think a lot of people like eating outdoors right now. It's healthy for them, even with COVID restrictions, and even going forward. So maybe one of the things we can think about going forward are the restaurants throughout the city, to help them recoup some of their losses going into next year, is to maybe continue some of the, outdoor seating that, people are enjoying so much. So this is a thought going forward. Ms. Wilson.
I'm wondering, I guess this might be more of a financial question, if the CARES Act funding could help with the heaters for outside, because it's going to get colder. And I know that a lot of the restaurants would like to have those, and they're expensive. And that's to encourage people to eat outdoors because of the COVID.
Through your current round of applications that are going through economic development, we are currently actually funding some of those activities. Yes, people have gotten reimbursement for that.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Just a quick question, and it's actually for Ron. In terms of the regulation, the temporary regulation changes we made to allow, this is leading on what Bobby has already said, I like the parklets and the tables in the parking in the parking lots. There's no intention of staff to change that anytime soon, is there?
That's correct.
So that is going to be ongoing until otherwise directed?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think we had about 12 to 15 that took advantage of getting a permit in the right-of-way that the SGA office assisted with, and then most of them were on private property.
Okay.
And we continue to stand by and provide design assistance when anybody needs any help.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's great news. Mr. Moss has a question?
Actually, no, Mayor. He asked me to let you know, and council members, out of respect of everyone's time, he's submitted numerous questions to Deputy City Manager Williams and the city manager. So he'll just wait for responses.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Deputy City Manager Ron Williams will give an update on the Resort Management Office.
Welcome back, Ron.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, members of council, today's agenda, I'm going to walk you through a review of the resolution that you passed on September 1st and its action items associated with that, and then a review of recommendations for the first action that was in there, creation of resort management office, and then consider funding and staffing for those initial recommendations. And then we'll give you an update about what we recommend as a path forward. In simple terms, Mayor, this resolution is a very robust program. Essentially, it's a multi-million-dollar program. It had bright vision and aggressive support of stakeholders in the community, realizing that over the past couple of decades that we've had certain areas that need to be addressed. And so the first action, I'm gonna quickly go through just as a reminder of the highlight of the resolution items, and then I'll address each individual one. So the first one was creation of the resort management office. Essentially, the office never really went away. We still have that office, but the scope of it changed, and I'll come back to that in a few minutes. We'll complete the mobility plan. That city manager shall maintain a safe and friendly atmosphere, to implement a customer-friendly parking plan that also addresses public and private lots, that we have immediate and continuing maintenance actions, increase the police presence, and then that we develop a revitalization program for Atlantic Avenue infrastructure. We also should call out, Mayor, that in the resolution at the end there, it stated that the city manager shall bring forward an ordinance to the city council within 45 days of the adoption of this resolution to seek the necessary resources for full implementation. If we're not able to do so, I'm paraphrasing here, within existing FTEs or appropriations. We are going to ask, Mayor, that you give us some time to make sure that we thoughtfully put together each proposal for each of these items. And so we do not have a ordinance today for you, and that 45 days ends 2 days from now. So we'll ask that as soon as possible. The first action item is we'd be bringing forward an ordinance dealing with the resort management office. And then the other items as we finish our due diligence and analysis that we bring those forward in the coming weeks and months. So here's the implementation recommendations at this time. The first one with regards to the resort management office, as I mentioned, the office originally was a significantly staffed office in the oceanfront in the 80s and early 90s. Its scope evolved at some time. Eventually, it was absorbed within the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Then it went to the Strategic Growth Area Office, and then it came back to the Convention and Visitors Bureau. And in its latest iteration, its main focus was formally managing the RAC committees, the franchise agreements, and doing special events and programming actually for citywide permitting of all events, which are 600 to 700 some events a year. And so the recreation of this office can be done. So we would recommend that we transfer that remaining activity that we have had, the special events and resort programming division, into this office, that we recreate a resort manager position, that we have inspectors, both codes and zoning, and this is based on our understanding of the current activities that we have across the city and in the resort. We do have a need to focus on this district. And then 2 dedicated homeless outreach workers, which either would be part of the staff or potentially contracted. We'll need to evaluate administrative support, but we believe we have that realistically within the special events office already. And that we establish a resort ambassador program, and I will come back to that. And then that we use lease space that we currently have for our resort parking office on 17th Street. The parking office is split between 2 locations. They'd like to consolidate, but we have a multi-year term on this location at 17th and Arctic, and we think it's an ideal location to deploy the resort management office and the ambassador program out of that. So what does this look like? Again, predominantly to establish 5 new FTEs. There are, again, existing staff within the special events and programming office that would transfer over. And then that we would have coordination for maintenance, parking, and public safety that exist in other departments. The new contracted service, Mayor, is building on somewhat what we had this summer, but really is building on what other managed districts across the country have, and that is an ambassador program. What I'm highlighting here on this slide is actually the highlights of a company called Block by Block that manages more than 100 different managed districts or downtowns across the country. And what they bring is a level of service that, one, gives you clean teams that can augment your current maintenance to a higher frequency and a more forward presence on bubblegum cleaning, stickers on poles, and interaction within the storefronts that we don't currently do. Additionally, they bring a safety and hospitality team that, one, can be a force multiplier for our public safety department, most predominantly for the police department. And what we've seen and what we know, even in our region, there is a downtown ambassador program in downtown Norfolk that they really are eyes on the street. They're completely connected to the precincts, and they really are a valuable resource for making sure that people feel safe and that they know that there is someone present on each block that they can go to. Additionally, it's very much of a data-driven system. It helps you understand what's going on, whether that's picking up cigarette butts, or the frequency of interaction with homeless individuals, or the frequency of questions about where to go within the resort. That's that hospitality aspect. So this is a really core program that we recommend. That we've had significant amount of vetting with this, with the stakeholders over the past couple of months, and the concept has been significantly embraced. And we do recommend that that be a core of the resort management office. All total, standing up the resort management office at this time probably is about in the $1.5 million range, and this can be supported by the TIP fund. The second item, again, was the mobility plan. That is underway. It's having significant, I believe they're meeting every couple of weeks, right, Kathy? Every 2 weeks, yes. And so that's moving through its paces, and with the goal of meeting this expectation of within 6 months, the mobility plan, the resort area mobility plan, RAMP as we've referred to it, can bring recommendations that could be considered in the upcoming budget. Item number 3 is to reinitiate the friendship patrols, but really looking at safe and friendly atmosphere. Again, the Resort Ambassador Program, we really feel gives that presence that the Friendship Patrol, which previously was managed by volunteers. This will give us that ability of what people were looking for with the Friendship Patrols, and the feedback so far from the RAC and stakeholders has been that, yes, they feel like the Ambassador Program is going to be the solution for that. We will evaluate a need for augmentation of volunteers if we're able to stand up an ambassador program in the upcoming season. We're also coordinating with IMG Beach Events to enhance the entertainment program. We have a workshop on Friday where we're going to be vetting the past year's calendar and recommendations for evolving the program. And then we're also going to have an emphasis on local advertising for resort activities. We currently spend about $3 million a year with beach events on the entertainment and programming that's either part of the festivals or the nightly entertainment that's on Atlantic Avenue and in the parks. And then we have about $1 million that goes towards other festivals such as the Neptune Festival, Boardwalk Art Show, Something in the Water. So a $4 million program that has essentially been funded at a similar pace really for 20 plus years. So a look at that is something we'll be bringing forward for you for consideration. Number 4, the city manager shall implement a customer-friendly parking plan with guidelines and hours of operation with public and private lots that put public safety as a top priority. We continue to modernize our systems. This year, we really took a hit to the operation of the parking system, especially when we were limiting it to get the beaches open first at 50%. And then as we had, frankly, fewer visitors this year. So we didn't have a whole lot of publicity about new programs that and apps and systems that we've rolled out, and we'll have a significant emphasis on that, and we will actually give you some background on that in the coming weeks about what we currently have ready to deploy. We also are going to recommend that a consideration for an ordinance that would align commercial lot operations with the public when we have the need to make sure that there's a sense of closing at the end of the evening, where we know that often the parking lots, as you've seen when we have the crime stats and police reports, that parking lots often are where we have that activity late at night that causes issues for us as a resort community. And so we'll want to address that. Number 5, city manager shall cause the resort management office to implement immediate and continuing maintenance actions that can address the growing list of areas in need of immediate assistance. So we are evaluating the public works, the public infrastructure maintenance needs and prioritizing those work orders. We're also looking at maintenance operations. As you may know, we have Parks and Rec that maintains landscaping and other amenities throughout the resort. We have our Public Works Department that also does maintenance of both the boardwalk, bathrooms, things of that nature. And then we have beach maintenance. That's more than a $5 million program. And we were looking for where do we have gaps, and especially as we stand up a clean team with an ambassador program, we'll need to look at the delta between who's doing what, who's doing power washing, who's doing landscaping and watering of plants, who's taking care of the trash can. So that's work that we need to do this fall in order to bring forward a plan. You may or may not be aware that really since late spring, we've had a significant focus on making sure that we have weekly codes reports on deficiencies in the resort. And especially when we had the activities of June that then caused board ups. And we made sure that we had ongoing and regular interaction with the storefront owners to make sure that they were going to get those windows repaired and that graffiti was being removed on a timely basis throughout the resort. So when we have a dedicated staff again in the resort district, we can make sure that that's happening on a daily basis. And so we'll be making recommendations for that. Number 6, to increase the police presence. We are going to be, especially with Chief Newdigate, evaluating the current policing operations. We'll prepare for a peak season surge next spring and summer, and then we'll establish the protocols for the integration of the Resort Ambassador program to make sure that that force multiplier is supporting what we need for presence in the resort. The last item here about revitalization program for Atlantic Avenue infrastructure. Number 1, we would recommend that we amend the existing CIP that was put in this past budget for Atlantic Avenue. Over the past year and a half or so, we'd worked with the RAC and stakeholders, and there was going to be an approach to start to adopt every couple of blocks a new streetscape format. However, looking at the amount of infrastructure investment that is being discussed, we realized that we really need that probably as a foundation for planning and design, and that it would likely become a more robust project incorporating significant amount of infrastructure changes. And the mobility plan will help inform that along with other recommendations that come up. We are going to evaluate resort and tourist destination amenities and look at the TIP fund bonding capacity in order to sustain a significant investment there. We'll incorporate, the recommendations of the ramp. We also recommend 2 considerations, and one would be to increase funding in the district improvement program, perhaps with some of that money that was freed up with the CARES Act money. And what we mean by that is consideration of the fact that we may need businesses that have storefronts or facades, or even some of the interiors with their kitchens, things of that nature that need improvement, or that there might be businesses that are actually unfortunately shuttering this winter that we need to keep an eye on, and that may be part of the assistance that could be provided. As you recall, the district improvement program was established last year through the Development Authority. It was modeled on the Vive District program that we renamed the District Improvement Program. This year we have $100,000 in there for people to apply for. And we believe that there's probably going to be some demand for that going forward, especially as we're looking for improving the aesthetics of the resort area. And the last one, somewhat related again to the fact that we may have businesses that are closing, especially as our hospitality industry has taken a big hit due to COVID. We may want a consideration of something that we've had before but don't have now, and that is a strategic property acquisition fund where we could look at that complementing this investment that you're looking to do operationally, but also infrastructure-wise at the resort. And so the next steps would be that soon in the next few weeks that we bring forward an ordinance that would allow us to stand up the operations of the resort management office so that we can start to try to hire staff. And the goal would be by January that we hire that staff. That would be funded from the TIP fund. And then we will provide you a report on our current maintenance activities. You may not be familiar with the frequency by which Public Works and Parks and Rec actually does a significant amount of work every day. So you understand what the baseline is right now. And then also things that are going on in parking, our entertainment programming, so that you'll have that as knowledge going forward when we bring forward additional recommendations in the coming months. Stand by for any questions, sir.
Great. Any questions? Tell you what, you're the man with the plan. And once again, Ron, I want to laud you and your staff, but especially you, for the plan you put together for the resort to get the beaches open months ago. That was instrumental in hearing from a lot of the folks at the resort area that really helped rescue the season. So that, kudos on you. But once again, I think one thing COVID proved, the economic value of the resort area, and it's due for a little bit of an upgrade, and I think and just make it that destination for everybody that'll be safe and welcoming. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I apologize. Mr. Moss has a few comments he'd like to make. Mr. Moss, if you just pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning.
Mayor, members of the council, you may recall when this first came up, first of all, I support reestablishing the resort management office, but I also mentioned that we're reestablishing it because whatever we did before failed to meet the expectation of our customers. And I thought we needed to understand why that failed to make sure we know what we were going to create was going to work. So I do think I'd like to understand when the resort management office was rescoped and its missions and functions and tasks were spread out to other places, what were those other places? And as we pull those functions back into a resort management office, how is the position descriptions, the compensation of those organizations that are losing responsibilities that they didn't execute very well? That's why we're doing this resort management office. So why is it we're having a net gain in FTEs? And while I applaud the fact that we're funding it out of the TIP program, I don't think we want to be funding more out of the TIP program than we should. And if we're going to we're establishing this resort management office to be the single point of accountability, I think it's going to be important that we understand where decisions used to be made or priorities used to be set and how those people are being removed from that decision-making process. So in fact, we do have a focal point of accountability for delivering. So I think there's a lot more homework that we're owed on the organizational development of where we came from, what we went to, and now how we're fixing it, because I'm not sure we understand where the root organizational failures were to deliver the services that we didn't get. I think the CIP program makes sense. I also think we need to have some kind of scoping for demonstration. And I think we're going to need to look for financing mechanisms because we have a significant flooding issue to deal with, which will put major pressures on our ability to borrow, which will impact schools as well. So I think we need to make sure that we aren't looking at a situation where because we're doing resort improvements that we can't do flood protection for our neighborhoods. And I don't think we need to create that conflict, but I think we need to make sure that from the front end that we don't set an expectation that our ability to borrow can't match. So I've had that discussion with the city manager, but I do think ultimately that will be a major discussion, is how we borrow and how that's assigned so that we can make sure that we're not taking away our ability to more aggressively deal with the flooding in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Ron, thank you very much. Do we have any council comments at all? Yeah, there's quarterly stormwater?
All right, my apologies. Yeah, we
Okay.
got a quarterly stormwater update from Tony.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I know most of you know me. Tony Utterback, the Stormwater Engineering Center Administrator. Today I have with me the City Engineer Phil Pullen, and I also have with me today Mike Mundy, who's the Stormwater Engineering Program Manager, and CJ Bodner, who manages my Technical Services Division. Could not be here in person, but I believe he's listening in for any questions that we may have received. So this is a list of the projects that are included in the FY 21 through 26 adopted flood control section of the Stormwater CIP. These are the projects that have appropriations to date, and we are currently working on them. So the colors you see shown here represent differences in the schedule between when I last presented about a year ago, and also differences in the schedule in the adopted Stormwater CIP. So as you can see, we have some projects that have been delayed and a couple that are showing red, and I will talk about those shortly. This map shows all 36 projects and programs in the flood control section of the Stormwater CIP. The ones that are shown under citywide, those are the programs like the Stormwater Master Planning Program, the Sea Level Rise Recurrent Flooding Program, the Stormwater Green Infrastructure Program, the Parcel Level Flood Mitigation Program, and the Neighborhood Stormwater Infrastructure Improvements Program. So the Aragona Drainage Improvements Project. This project is being shown yellow on the dashboard. This project was advertised in March of this year, right at the beginning of the pandemic. We were delayed beginning construction because we needed to go back and do our pre-construction structural assessments in a different way because we didn't want to have to enter people's homes. So we changed how we did that, and so we started construction in June. We are now 15% complete. Construction is scheduled to be complete in January 2022, so we're about 3 months behind our original schedule. Asheville Park Phase 1, if you recall, this project includes 2 different phases. We have the developer's portion of the project that includes 3 new stormwater ponds, existing pond expansion channels that connect those ponds, and regrading and stabilizing the ditches. And the city's project that includes a new stormwater pump station, drainage and roadway improvements at Newbridge-Sandbridge Road intersection, and the Princess Anne farm ditch that is located across from the entrance at Asheville Park. So the table you see at the top is the adopted Stormwater CIP. You'll see the total project cost, the appropriations to date, and the allocations in the 6 years. And this is going to be throughout the presentation today, so you'll see this on all of the slides for the projects. So beginning with the developer's project, we expect the developer to begin construction later this month, and his project is scheduled to be complete 1 year from his start date. The pump station project, this project will begin construction actually next week. We are showing this project yellow on the dashboard. We are behind schedule starting the pump station project, and that was due to permitting. We expect to be complete constructing the pump station in the summer of 2022. The Drainage and Roadways Improvement Project, which were the improvements in the ditch along Sandbridge Road and the intersection improvements at Sandbridge Newbridge, that is complete, was completed in May. And the Princess Anne Farm Ditch construction is complete, that was completed in March. And the picture you see on this slide, I wanted to point this out. This is the Sandbridge, Newbridge intersection, and you're probably looking at that and thinking, that's a lot of water in that ditch. But before we did this project, that water would have been blocking that roadway. So this project added a new culvert underneath Newbridge Road. We have a future project, it's a roadway project, where we will come back and do the full ultimate intersection, putting in turn lanes, and this intersection will be raised at that time. The Central Resort District improvement projects. We have 3 projects in the CIP. The first one is what we refer to as the parent project. This is the large project that will include pump stations, an ocean outfall, tide gates, and stormwater infrastructure improvements. The 24th Street Culvert Project will replace the culvert at 24th Street with a box culvert. And the third project is to redirect stormwater from the intersection of 21st and Baltic to the 16th Street Pump Station. The first 2 projects show appropriations to date in the stormwater CIP. However, we are showing those red in the dashboard because, as you can see, they are not funded for construction. We are working on them by way of doing the 24th Street Culvert Project. We are funding the design for that under the parent project. That design is approximately 60% complete, and we hope to find some construction funding for that project possibly next year. The next project, the redirect stormwater from 21st Street Baltic Avenue intersection to the pump station, that project is scheduled to receive allocations in FY23, and we will begin design at that point. Chubb Lake, Lake Bradford. This is a large program that's going to mitigate flooding in the areas of Chubb Lake, Lake Bradford, the Church Point area, the Pleasure House Road area, and the Hollis Road area. They're all shown in the shaded areas on this map. The two red dots you see are the early implementation projects. The first one is the Pleasure House Lake Outfall Project. The second one is the Lake Bradford Ditch Dredging Project. This CIP currently receives an annual funding stream of $1.084 million. Right now, it receives this funding stream until we get the preliminary engineering analysis complete, where we've identified more of the projects, and we'll be able to strategize to come up with the funding later for that. But the interim projects, I did wanted to bring to your attention, those 2 projects, they are on schedule. The design is underway for the Pleasure House Lake Outfall. It's about 95% complete. We expect to begin construction next spring and be complete by the fall. And then the Lake Bradford Ditch Dredging, that is also underway, the design, approximately 90% complete. Begin construction next fall and be complete the following year. The Eastern Shore Drive Phase 1 projects. These are the projects in the Stormwater CIP. They are shown on the map you see here. The first one is the parent project, and we are funding the Eastern Shore Drive Drainage 1C project shown in purple. The next project, the Cape Henry Canal Phase 2 project, that is shown in red on this map. The Lynn Haven Drive Pump Station project is shown in green. The Lynn Haven Colony Park Pump Station project is shown in yellow. The Elevate Lynn Haven Drive project is shown in orange, and the Vista Circle Pump Station project shown in the teal blue color. You will be happy to know that all the projects on Eastern Shore Drive are on schedule. The first project that's under construction right now is what we called 1C, and that's what I showed you in the purple on the previous map. The construction is approximately 45% complete. We expect to be complete in October of next year. The Cape Henry Canal Phase 2 project, that design is underway. That's actually being funded from that parent project. That design is 65% complete. We expect to advertise for construction in July of next year and be complete in December of 2023. That is a large project, as you can see from the map that I showed you. The Lynn Haven Drive Pump Station project, that design is also underway, funded from the parent project. It is approximately 65% complete as well. We plan to advertise for construction in January of '22 and complete construction in December 2024. Moving into the Lynn Haven Colony Park Pump Station project. This design is underway, also funded under the parent project, approximately 65% complete. We will advertise for construction in July of 2022 and complete in December of 2024. You can see how that runs in tangent with the Lynn Haven Drive Pump Station because they will work together in conjunction with the Cape Henry Canal project. The last two projects, as you can see, do not have appropriations to date, so we are not yet working on them. They are shown to have funding come in FY23, and we will begin design on both of those projects at that time. The Southern Canals Lead Ditch and Culvert Improvements Project. These are the 9 projects that are included in the Phase 3 portion of this program. To give you an update on these projects, Site 5, which is the roadside ditch clearing and driveway culvert clearing project along Dolly Road between Pleasant Ridge Road and Beggars Bridge Creek, that culvert is complete. The Site 6, which is the roadside ditch clearing and roadway culvert clearing along Pleasant Ridge Road west of Dolly, that's also complete. The design for the culvert project, which is what we're doing in the engineering section for this, is behind schedule. It's behind schedule due to some permitting and some review times from other departments. However, we are 90% complete of the design. We do expect to begin construction in the fall of next year. Site 7, the intersection of Pleasant Ridge Road and Cherry Neck Road, is also under design and approximately 90% complete. We expect to begin construction in the fall of 2021. Site number 8, Cherry Neck Road, north of Pleasant Ridge Road. That project is currently not funded. However, as you can see, this CIP receives annual funding in the amount of $2.4 million. So we are expected to begin design on that project in 2022 with the next allocation of funding that comes in. Site number 9, the roadside ditches and driveways along Gumbridge Road. That project is complete. The design portion of the roadway and culvert replacement project, that design's underway, 90% complete. We hope to begin construction next fall. And these last projects, these are sites that we added last year with the additional funding that was allocated to the program. The first one, the site number 10, that's scheduled to begin design next spring. Site number 11 is already under design but not funded for construction. We will work that into the schedule when the allocations come in. Site 15, which is it's a dredging project that's been divided into 2 phases. Our Public Works Stormwater Operations completed Phase 1, which is the north side of Gumbridge Road. They plan to go to construction on Phase 2, the east and west side of Dolly Road, by the end of this year. And the last site is under design, site number 18. That's an off-road ditch from Charity Neck Road to Beggars Bridge Creek. This is another project being done by our Public Works Operations Group. We expect to begin construction early next year and be complete in the summer. Stormwater Management Master Planning Analysis and Modeling. This project has 2 phases to it. If you recall, the first phase included the modeling, the stormwater infrastructure in all 15 of the drainage basins. And we did the modeling in order to determine the system performance. We wanted to do an assessment of that, determine how it works. The second phase includes taking that information and preparing master plans for each of the 15 drainage basins. All of the modeling is complete for these drainage basins, and now we are in the master planning phase of this project. The slide shows 5 programs. These programs were created in the CIP a couple years ago, and these programs were created for the projects that will be identified in the master planning phase of the project. So what you can also see on this slide, we have the 5 major watersheds in the city, but you can see the breakout of the drainage basin underneath each one of those watersheds. So the Lynn Haven River watershed, that is the second largest, and it contains all of those drainage basins you see there, the Western Lynn Haven, Broad Bay, London Bridge Creek, Linkhorn Bay, Eastern Lynn Haven, Thalia Creek, and Wolfsnare Creek. And then the largest drainage basin, the Southern Rivers, includes the Upper North Landing River, Dam Neck area, Upper West Neck Creek, and Lower Southern Rivers. So all of the master planning is being funded under the parent project, the Stormwater Management Master Planning Project, CIP. I'm going to show you the status of each one of those master plans, but I'm also showing you the tables of the allocations for each one of the programs in the CIP. So you will notice that we haven't funded the programs as of yet because we don't know the projects, and we will begin that funding next year when the master planning is complete, or I should say, sorry, the following year, FY22. So beginning with the Atlantic Ocean, the oceanfront master plan is scheduled to be complete next summer. The Elizabeth River watershed, we have the Elizabeth River master plan scheduled to be complete also next summer, and the Lake Taylor master plan to be complete in the fall of next year. And in the Little Creek, we have the Little Creek master plan scheduled to be complete also in the fall of next year. Moving to the Southern Rivers, we have the Upper West Neck Creek master plan scheduled to be complete next summer. The Upper North Landing River master plan scheduled to be complete the fall of 2022. The Dam Neck master plan scheduled to be complete fall of next year. And the Lower Southern River master plan scheduled to be complete in the winter of 2022. And finally, the Lynn Haven River watershed projects. The Linkhorn Bay master plan is complete. That's the first master plan we have completed, and I have a couple of slides to show you on that. The Broad Bay master plan, and forgive me on the slide, it says scheduled to be complete fall. It is complete. I was, as you know, I was bumped. So we had to change the date. It didn't get onto the slide. I apologize for that. The Broad Bay master plan is scheduled to be complete summer 2021. The London Bridge Creek master plan scheduled to be complete the spring of 2022. Eastern Lynn Haven River scheduled to be complete the winter of 2022. The Wolfsnare Creek master plan complete summer of 2021. Thalia Creek master plan fall of 2021, and finally the Western Lynn Haven River master plan scheduled to be complete winter 2022. Now that's a lot of words, I know, but I think the point I want to get across here is we will have all the master planning complete, and we can begin identifying the projects. The master planning will be complete by the winter of 2022. So now I want to talk about the Linkhorn Bay drainage basin that's part of the Lynn Haven watershed. So as I mentioned, this report is complete. You see it here. This is a picture of the cover. We have uploaded it to our website shown there. I'm going to click again to show you a zoom in on the Linkhorn Bay drainage basin. We chose this as our first master plan to be complete because it is one of the smaller drainage basins within the city. The limits of this drainage basin includes portions of Oceana Naval Air Station and Oceana Boulevard to the south and the west, Laskin Road to the north, and Bird Neck Road to the east. In the report, there were 15 simulated flooding areas identified, and those 15, what we call SFAs, are proposed projects. For each one of those SFAs, up to 3 design alternatives were developed. And those design alternatives are developed to meet the new Public Works Design Standards Manual. So that means that those projects need to include increased rainfall depths, 20% above the NOAA Atlas 14. They must accommodate 1.5 feet of sea level rise and 3 feet of sea level rise for critical infrastructure. So this slide is showing you the 15 simulated flooding areas on this map. They are color-coded by category, and the categories are the rainstorm that causes the flooding. So for example, the areas in red are the areas that flood in the 2-year. The areas in brown are the areas that flood in the 10-year. The areas in green are the 25-year. The areas in black are the 50-year, and the 100-year is represented by purple. And when I say areas, I mean the circled areas on the map that you see there. And this list that you see are the 15 proposed projects from this master plan. So this is an example of what all of the other master plans will look like. They will identify the projects, and then we will put them into the CIP and try and find funding for them. All right, moving into Princess Anne Plaza. These are the 3 projects in the CIP. We have the parent project, the Princess Anne Plaza drainage improvements. That project has not received any additional funding. We continue to keep it in the CIP because we use it to do some minor design for some small projects. The golf course conversion project is in the center of the map you see in green. And then we have the North London Bridge Creek Pump Station project you see on the north section of the map. The Princess Anne Plaza Golf Course Conversion Project is on schedule. The design is underway. We're going to begin our first phase of construction, hopefully in the summer of 2023. The golf course is scheduled to close by the end of 2022. The Princess Anne Plaza North London Bridge Creek Pump Station project, we are showing a delay on that project. We are about 6 months behind our original schedule that was shown in the CIP. The preliminary engineering and location study took longer than we planned. We do hope to begin design in the spring of next year. These are the 2 projects in the Lakes neighborhood. The first one is the parent project, and just like Princess Anne Plaza, it is not receiving any additional funding at this time, but it remains in the CIP to do small projects. The large project that was pulled out of the parent project is the South London Bridge Creek Channels and Gate project, and you can see that on the map. So the Lakes, South London Bridge Creek Channels and Gate project, the preliminary engineering and location study is underway, and we hope to begin design next fall. Now moving into Windsor Woods. Windsor Woods, we have the parent project, Windsor Woods Drainage Improvements. That project we are using to fund these 3 projects shown here: Clubhouse Road, South Plaza Trail Presidential Boulevard, Old Forge Road, and Red Lion Road. Then we have the Windsor Woods Pump Station, the Windsor Woods Tide Gate, and the Thalia Creek Lake Trashmore Improvements Project. The Windsor Woods Drainage Improvements Projects, all of these projects are on schedule. Clubhouse Road, that project has been advertised for construction. We expect to open bids next week, October 22nd. We do hope to begin construction by January of next year and be complete in March 2022. The South Plaza Trail Presidential Boulevard project, that design's underway. We're approximately 90% complete. We are scheduled to begin construction in July next year and be complete in December of 2022. In Old Forge Road, Red Lion Road, that design is underway. That's approximately 75% complete. We begin construction in July 2022 and complete by December of 2023. The Windsor Woods Pump Station project, preliminary design is underway. You can see the funding allocations shown there. The preliminary design is mostly being funded from the parent project, and you can see the funding for that project. We plan to go to construction. If the allocations stay the same, we hope to begin construction on the pump station in the summer of '26. The Windsor Woods Tidegate project, that project we are showing yellow on our dashboard. We are about 6 months behind schedule on that project. We had hoped to begin construction in January 2021, but the permit took longer than anticipated. So we're going to begin complete construction in the fall on the Tidegate. That's the fall of 2023. The Thalia Creek Lake Trashmore Improvements Project, that's in the CIP, but as you can see, there are no appropriations to date. And right now, the allocations are not expected until FY25. I did want to mention that my group continues to attend the Civic League for Princess Anne Plaza, Windsor Woods, and the Lakes. There are virtual meetings now, and we actually have one tonight that Mike will be attending. So at those meetings, we generally give an update on all the projects so all the citizens in those areas are aware of everything that's going on. So because the Tidegate is the first major flood control project in Windsor Woods to go to construction, I wanted to give you a little bit more detail on what it would look like. Oh, thank you. So this is a rendering of the Tidegate and the pump station. So you can see the pump station is located adjacent to Southern Boulevard and Interstate 264. And then you can see the Tidegate located to the south of the pump station along Thalia Creek. And then you have Lake Windsor there to the east. And then a close-up. This project will include 4 tide gates for a total width of 60 feet. And will also include interim pumping facilities. So now I'm going to switch gears for the last 2 slides and give you an update on sea level rise. So back in June, City Council, you adopted the sea level rise adaptation strategy report for incorporation into the city's comprehensive plan. I wanted to remind everyone that the sea level rise adaptation strategies, there's not one adaptation strategy that can be used in all watersheds of the city. So there are 4 strategies that were developed, and they are shown here. You have the natural mitigations, the engineered defenses, the adapted structures, and the prepared communities. And just to give you a brief glimpse on what we've been working on, there's a new CIP project that was created, parcel level flood mitigation. This project was created to have citizens apply for voluntary acquisition. We are in the process of creating that webpage, and we hope to have that up by the end of the year. We have a project in Asheville Park, the Asheville Park Reforestation Project. Parks and Recreation is going to be planting trees on 2.5 acres on the former Village D site. Planting is expected to begin at the end of October, weather permitting. The Marsh Terrace project in Back Bay, we had our kickoff meeting for this project this morning. This project will be constructing at Marsh Terrace in Back Bay. The field surveys for this project are underway. We applied for it's called a NIFWIF grant. That's a National Fish and Wildlife Federation. We applied for a grant in the amount of $135,000. And we expect to receive notification on whether we receive that grant in November. The Virginia Tech Phase 2 flood reduction potential of urban forests in Virginia Beach study is underway. That's a long title, I know. If you recall, Phase 1 highlighted key roles forest plays in flood reduction. In phase 2, we'll take that information and quantify flood reduction by using stormwater modeling. And finally, the feasibility assessment for flood risk reduction in Back Bay. The initial assessment is completed. Now, this study was done after we had all those meetings. I think it was last year, Mrs. Henley, where we had the meetings where we met with people in the Southern Rivers watershed. We got all of their ideas. We took all of those ideas, and we have had Dewberry come up with an assessment. We have come up with 3 different options right now. One is an artificial inlet, one is a pump facility, and another one is a siphon, and all of these were discussed in those meetings from the public. The next step are scoping meetings with the environmental agencies. We want to sit down with them and present these projects to them. Before we move forward, we want to make sure that they are even, what I'm going to use the word, permittable by the agencies. So that's where we are with sea level wise. And with that, I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you, and what a marvelous presentation. You know, we are on the right path. Thank you. Ms. Wilson.
It's really amazing, and it's fantastic to see how far we are coming along on this. And those of us that are out campaigning, we have people who say, oh, we're not doing anything. I mean, we're doing things all over the city, and we're making progress. It's just amazing, and it just shows how great our staff is. I did see that you have a sign at Arizona Village, which is fantastic because people don't know that these things are going on. So are we planning on putting signage out on all these projects so that we can tell our citizens their taxpayer dollars are at work?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, the city engineer just mentioned that in our staff meeting this morning. We need to make sure we're doing that. And yes, we do have one in Aragona. We will have one at the Tide Gate.
Yeah, people need to know because, you know, they don't realize that these things are happening. Even when they're in the design phase, then they know that it's going to be coming. So I'm really happy to see this. And thank you and all the staff for the great work you're doing. Thank you.
Ms. Henley.
Excuse me. I'm really glad to hear that that work on the Back Bay possibilities is progressing as well as it is. You know, I think it's been 2 years since we had those focus group meetings. But anyway, this is so good to have this update. I compared this update to the one a year ago, so I could kind of see where we are with everything. Particularly, of course, I'm looking more at the southern watershed. In the Asheville Park project, for the developers' work that's to be done now, and I know that they were delayed some last year because of the lawsuit and so forth. I understand that the developer has changed. HomeFed is no longer there, and I understood that it had been replaced. Is that still going to be on track if there's a new owner?
I don't have any information on the ownership. I am in touch with Anthony, who is the liaison for the developer, and he has given us the schedule that they anticipate beginning by the end of October.
Well, when I was down there a couple of weeks ago to look at the site for the tree planting, a young man came and identified himself and said that he had been there representing HomeFed, but now HomeFed was out and Sandler was in. So I just wondered if that is the way it is, and if that is fact, is everything going to be picked up to stay on schedule or what? But, you know, if there's been a change in ownership, you know, that's quite a agreement that we had made, and I hope it will be maintained.
I will check with legal on that, but we were just given this schedule. We talked with Anthony today. He is still working towards getting started end of October, yes.
Okay, I hope that's right. Of course, the other good thing from the southern watersheds in last year's report, there was a report on Sherwood Lakes. Sherwood Lakes, which of course were supposed to be marvelous and were never supposed to flood. Now we have completed a rather substantial flood risk or flood program, but I guess we're going to be pumping that forever. And so I guess these particularly have ongoing maintenance issues that we have to keep up with too. So we don't want to forget that particular project and make sure that it is continuing to do what it's supposed to do, which it wasn't supposed to have to do, but we are. But that's Sherwood Lakes. Then we get to the Southern Canal, and I don't mean to be critical of it. I hope this is going to be taken constructive. But the Southern Canal lead ditch and culvert improvements is the only CIP in all the rural area. And we had meetings 2 summers ago, the meeting down at Creed's with the folks. I think the survey for this actually started in the summer of 2016. I've been watching it each summer. And this looks like a lot, but these are regrading ditches and a few culvert replacements. Mainly what would be considered maintenance, I would think. But I look at the appropriations, and every year it's appropriated almost 2.4 million, and $1 million of that is from our ARP. But there is absolutely no way that what has been done has been costing over $2 million a year. I don't think anything was done this year, construction-wise. I think maybe those few little roadside ditches that were regraded maybe were finished in January. But I can't see where this money, where what is being done is costing this much money. I want to see, please, a payout of this total project from where it started and where the money is being paid out. And I noticed, for example, it seems like we've really slipped. For example, Site 6, which does replace the culvert under Pleasant Ridge Road, which has been broken for at least 10 years. In last year report, it was to be done, the construction was to begin in January of 2021, and now it's slipped to fall 2021. I don't know why it slipped that far. I mean, we hire a contractor, but it's done, and I see this over and over. Things that were supposed to be done in 2019 are now slipped to 2021, and it's just not getting done, and it's not that much work. And I just, since this is the only thing that's down there, it bothers me a lot. I mean, I know I see a lot of design here, but these are roadside ditches and maybe a few farm ditches, which the farmers have always maintained. So this is something new. I don't know why it's such a big deal and why we can't get it done. I'm really concerned that it's not coming along, and to see some that are unfunded or I don't know, but it really has seemed to have slipped a lot. And I really need to see what's going on and how this money's being spent, because, like I say, part of that is ARP money. The other question I had, a year ago, I know we were meeting with the Corps to see if they would certify or allow us a 3x3x3. Have we ever gotten a response on that?
So we have started, we didn't get the appropriation last year. We have started our meetings again with senior level administration at the Corps. We just had a briefing last week with headquarters. I have another briefing coming up next week with another person at headquarters. So if you recall, the previous year, we went through a series of meetings at the Corps to basically garner support. We have support from the Norfolk District. We have support from headquarters. We have support from the region in New York. But we're starting those meetings again since we didn't get the appropriation last year. And for those of you who don't know, the Army Corps of Engineers they have these positions that come available, so people move around a lot. So that's why we're meeting with people again, because it's not the same people we went with last year. So to answer your question, that's a long answer, but to answer your question, we are working to garner support for that appropriation. The work plan will be done next spring, and that's why we're meeting with everybody right now. Our next meeting that we are trying to schedule after the elections will be with the group. They're called OMB. They are the Office of Management and Budget for the Corps. So those are the people who make those appropriations. We are scheduling a meeting with them coming up after the election, so that'll be a big one for us.
So all of these meetings that occurred a year ago in the fall of 19 just didn't materialize anything, and everything has, but in order to get any federal money or to go forward with some of these programs, we have to have a 3x3x3 study, and part of that is that it takes a 3-year, it has to be done in 3 years. We were hoping that our Dewberry work was going to be credited, but I've got a feeling it's not. So that means in order to qualify or even, I guess, apply for any federal, it's going to take a $3 million study that takes 3 years to do and whatever else the other 3 stands for. Doesn't sound like we're making much progress.
Well, so you bring up a very good point. So one of the things that we discussed in our last meeting was mentioning to OMB the fact that we have done so much work. In my presentation to them, I go over everything that we've done that you're aware of. That we've done so much work to date that it shouldn't take 3 years to do the study. So we're going to promote the fact that even though the study is referred to as a 3x3x3, that is, by the way, that's 3 years, $3 million, $1.5 million the city's portion, and then the other 3 are 3 levels of review. That's what the final 3 is.
But I believe when Norfolk is the only place that did a 3x3 that qualified, but they only did for Norfolk. They don't do anything that carries over even to the military. But ours is supposed to be something that we can relate with Chesapeake or Norfolk or the military. And I really hope our congressional delegation and everybody else around can get into this and give us support this year. We don't need to be sitting here next year saying, oh, we didn't get it last year, we got to do it all again. This is pretty heavy stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you. I really, it's, and last year at this time, we also had a study, a report on the maintenance part of stormwater and the water quality part, so I'm assuming that'll be coming sometime soon too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Mayor, Councilmember Moss has a comment he'd like to make.
Oh, gladly, thank you.
Mr. Moss, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments.
Well, first, I'd like to pick up on Ms. Henley's line of questioning. First, Office of Management and Budget doesn't make appropriations. The Office of Management and Budget is the clearinghouse for the president before the various budget requests leave the executive departments to go to Congress. So they do play a key role. You may recall I have said several times that I felt that we were not engaging with the right seniority at the right level with the right people with OMB to get the attention that we needed. I think this has validated my point. I would encourage the city manager to work with the appropriate legislative liaisons with our 2 U.S. senators and our district congressperson to find out the right engagement, not to look for their interference with but there is a big push within OMB to look for deregulation and look for areas to help folks. I just think we might not be getting at a senior enough level to get the attention that we need. I think that has been the problem all along. So I would encourage people to take a different tack than the no result process we took last time around. Secondly, I want to come back to, if you notice a lot of the stuff, if you look at, just watch the news or go to YouTube and look what Sally did or Delta did to those communities with rainfall and tidal flooding and an ability to deal with that. Each and every year, we don't make substantial progress. That probability is always the same every year. Once in 100 years, you get 3 in a row, 1 in 100 year floods. It's just over a long period of time. So I think what you could see in there, Mr. Mayor, members of council, which is why I think we'll be talking at the retreat and we'll be talking about a bond referendum. If we want to aggressively mitigate the risk of incurring one of those Sally or Delta type flooding and rain events in our community against our $65 billion tax base, which a decade-long recovery after it happens, we've got to pull the completion of these projects to the left. And really what's holding us up more is really the availability of funding to make the necessary investment. And the only way we're going to close that gap, and I think we all know that, is by going to the public and talking about a bond referendum. I've already shared with the city manager, I think we need to do a better job of articulating what each of these projects do in terms of reducing the risk from rainfall event flooding. If your home is flooding or you can't get in your neighborhood in Red Mill because Red Mill Boulevard is flooded, and I'm going to fix that in FY28, that really doesn't help a lot of people. So obviously it isn't that we don't have good staff, but I think I mentioned this before, and I hope we'll talk about the retreat. We need a different approach that allows us, and I've heard some council members talk about it on the campaign trail, a more aggressive approach on permitting, a more aggressive approach on doing more end-to-end projects. We reduce mobilization, do mobilization costs, a larger economy of scale execution to pull these projects to the left. Because in the end, we're all about what? Reducing the risk of flooding. We're putting how many hundreds of millions of dollars investment in the oceanfront, but we don't have a plan anytime soon after those projects come online to protect that very investment against flooding and areas that flood. So there seems to be a disconnect between investments we're making on one hand, but we're not paying the insurance premium on the left hand. And so I do believe at the retreat, Mr. Mayor, I think the public's ahead of us. I think they know what the threat is. And I've heard Council Belushi talk about the anxiety that people have even when it rains. So when someone tells me, well, it's programmed out in 26, I think what we need to tell the public, if you want to reduce that threat and pull those projects to the left, that's going to take additional cash flow, additional investment dollars, and this is a great time to be borrowing money to reduce that risk, to make those high premium insurance things go away from FEMA. So I compliment that we've done a good job with the approach that we have taken and with the money that's been available. The approach and the capital investment is not aligned with the threat that flooding represents to our tax base and to our quality of life. So I look forward, Mr. Mayor and member of the council, in our retreat to looking at what the city manager can bring forward and how we can engage the public and participate and endorse a referendum. And at the same token, if they find the risk acceptable, then we just need to accept that decision and we'll continue to do the best that we can with the cash flow that we have. But I think the public is ahead of us, and I think we can build on our good work, but we need to move, in my personal opinion, at a faster pace. And that means more investment, and it means a different strategy engagement with the leadership that occupies those key focal points at OMB and regulatory agencies in Washington. And I think our past strategy has been incorrect. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. That was a very inclusive and great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, council comments. Ms. Henley.
Yes, if you remember 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, you asked Mr. Rouse and me to serve as, I guess, folks who would look at this question of redevelopment and infill development and make some recommendations for going forward. We have been talking with various people in the city and staff. I've been looking a lot at some of the material that we have gotten from some of our most recent applications, rereading the data that folks sent in to try to see where the problems were. And so you have on your desk, if you can find it in the papers, and now see, I can't even find, there it is. It's something, it does have a red line at the top. It's enhanced public engagement proposal. In looking at this, it seemed to me that we've got sort of a short-term and then a longer-term question here. The short term is for things that are in the pipeline now or going to be before us, we really need to address these neighborhood concerns, and we know what they are. And if we could change our process a bit with some policy of the city, it seems that we could get these questions out on the front end instead of waiting until the very end. And also, how can we make certain that the civic engagement piece is addressed? That's what I want to talk with you about on this paper. But then there will be the longer term when we talk more about what the uses might be in these, particularly the redevelopment areas. But that's going to take a little longer. But it just seems that we need to get something quickly on our books as our policy for these redevelopment and infill applications that come before us so that we can better address these neighborhood concerns. And I really appreciate the planning department, particularly Carolyn Smith, writing down these things that she heard us talk about. And the first part of it, the proposal, it lays down that if there is an application submitted that meets the criteria that's defined later on as a redevelopment infill application, it must include these things when the application is submitted to the planning department. They've got to tell us a description of the communication strategy indicating what surrounding property owners and residents can expect before construction commences, during construction, and after construction is complete. In their application, they need to address this and let us know how they're going to deal with it. They need to let us know what their construction practices are going to be, where the employees are going to park. These things that neighbors come in and fear so much is going to be an impact on them with this project. And so coming when it's at council to discuss these things is a little late in the project. This is saying to the applicant, okay, Mr. Applicant, you let us know how you're going to deal with these things as a part of your application. And then the staff will be reviewing that. And everybody will be on notice that these things are going to be something that council's going to look at. Plus, they would give a description of the benefits to the surrounding properties as a result of the application. That is it going to improve the stormwater? Is it going to improve some traffic situations and so forth? So as a part of the application, if the applicant has to be very mindful of these concerns that the neighbors have and tell us how they're going to be addressed. That's the first part of it. The second part is that the applicant is going to have to use some of these outreach measures to ensure civic engagement. And they have here two levels, a level 1 and a level 2. It says here to use at least 2 level 1 and 2 level 2 outreach measures, such as hosting an in-person meeting where the public is invited to learn and ask questions regarding the proposal at least 4 weeks prior to the Planning Commission public hearing, and so forth and so forth. And you can read these possibilities so that we can assure that there has been this civic engagement and public outreach with information. The level 2 things are looking more at the information they put out, such as having a Facebook page that's describing everything in the application, how they're going to be doing all of these things. And this will assure that we don't get to city council and they say, hey, they never met with us, they wouldn't meet with us. We're going to make certain that it happens. And I have to tell you, in the last couple of weeks, I've become aware of what I call a good example of a bad example of an infill development in my district. So I guess I'm responsible because I didn't ask all the right questions and make things sure we're done right. It's a use that we all wanted very much, the Veterans Care Center. But I have found out that, we knew that the access to that property, which the city dedicated to the state for this project, very good project, that the access was going to have to be off of North Landing Road until we could get NEMO 2 built. Well, we didn't get NEMO 2 built, so the access is from North Landing Road between two houses, a very small flag, and by golly, they have put their total staging area right there between those two houses, right up against the property lines, right up against those houses, and it's causing a nightmare for those people. That should never happen, and we should make sure those things don't happen in the future. That's what people fear about these, a lot of what people fear about these redevelopment and infill parcels. How is it going to affect me? What's the noise going to be while this is going on? What am I going to be subjected to? Well, this would allow us to have the applicant address that with his application, so it's all up front. Now, this is not a draft. This is just something to let you know kind of what we're thinking and what I would like to know from you after you've had a chance to read this. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit next week. Let us know if we're on the right track, or whether we need to do something else. But if we can adopt these policies of the council very quickly, then it lets any applicant know that they're going to have to do this when they make their application, and do this civic engagement as a part of the application. And then we'll continue with the other discussion, which will be longer range, about what some of the potential uses could be and should be, such as affordable housing, workforce housing, how we make sure we don't overdo make sure we have the right uses that are compatible and that kind of thing. What are some of the uses? All of that is another discussion that's going to take a little bit longer. But this would just get something moving quickly to help with this situation with these things that are already in the pipeline. So please read this and let us know what you think, and let us know whether you think we're on the right track. And Aaron, jump in.
For the sake of time, I think Councilwoman Henley has perfectly stated what this is. This is just a guideline for us to go forward, to really build a bridge between our community and applicants when it comes to infill and redevelopment, to make sure everyone in our city has a voice and a stake in how infill development would directly impact them in their community. So I look forward for council to reading this and developing a strategy short-term and long-term going forward. But I must say, hats off to our staff and to Councilwoman Henley, who has done such great work guiding this process thus far. Thank you.
And I thank both Councilmember Henley and Rouse for their initiatives. I think at this point in time, it's very, very important. Any other council comments? Ms. Wilson?
Can you make sure your microphones are off if you're not using it, please?
Thank you. This will be very brief. I became aware that the Knoxville, Tennessee has a safety measure that I would really like for our city manager to look into. All of their public safety, their EMS, when they go out on a call where someone's been hurt, they have a card. And on that card are questions in English and then in Spanish. Things like, are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Or you feel cold? And so that if they come across someone who doesn't speak English, they've got something to refer to, and they just keep it with them. And it seemed to be really working well in Knoxville. And it would be a simple thing for us to do. And I spoke to, just last week, one of my Hispanic friends that last summer was hospitalized. And when I mentioned this card, he says, his English is not the greatest, but he said it happened to him. When they came to see what was wrong with him, there was a language barrier, and they really had trouble figuring out what was, what was wrong with him. So I think this would be a simple task to get out to all of our, EMS and our fire department and the police. So when they come across someone that's hurt, they've got a little card in Spanish, because we don't all speak Spanish, and we've got some really good Spanish-speaking people on staff, but they're few and far between. I know I don't. So, Mr. Duhaney, do you think that's something we could accomplish?
It's definitely something I'll look into and then report back out to see how we can implement it.
All right, thank you so much.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you all very much. We are.
Councilmember Moss wants to make a comment as well. I was
Oh,
trying to
okay.
stop you before you adjourned. Mr. Moss, if you would wait 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comment.
My comment deals with the email we received about an agenda item with HRPTO, which I sent out an email response to all of you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, that they were proposing an effective performance pay increase of 2% in January. As you all know, our budget situation hasn't allowed us to give our employees any kind of permanent salary increase. And additionally, the cost of living increase for our Social Security recipients just came out at 1.3%. And I would like our rep, and I think Mr. Jones, Councilman Jones, may be our voting member on the executive committee, but I would like our position to be is that until we can address our own employees and know what our budget situation is, and since we are the source of funding, part of the funding for HRPTO, that they should set aside any decisions about increasing compensation to until all the localities, some of which you've had to lay off people, are better able to assess. Because I think it sends them this message that we are voting to give a regional organization authority to increase pay when some cities that support them have laid off people and have not been able to give pay raises. I just think it's the wrong message to send, and I would request council's consideration to provide as a body guidance to our voting member not to be in support of that decision. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else at this point? Okay, thank you all very much.